See, that's all I wanted. All I wanted was someone to acknowledge my absolute power and authority over everything.
Alex, just grab his left arm. I'll grab his arm. We'll just fucking pull until he just gets fucking split in half.
I don't know if I'm strong enough for that.
Get help.
Is that what happened to Mira? They just pulled both of her arms and
She wouldn't turn off the bot that was annoying everyone.
Yeah, so Lawrence and a tree decided to grab each arm.
Oh, God. Sorry, I am coughing because I still have like pizza in my throat because I'm like a dog who like forgets to swallow while eating because they're so excited about eating.
Nice.
Concern me sometimes.
Listen,
I found it.
You should have to beg your too often.
I am a perfectly healthy adult male on no medications that I know of.
If I may offer some advice, Lee, just try to think about him. In general. You'll be better off that way.
Okay.
It's important to pretend I'm not real.
He can't hurt you because he's not real.
Oh, God. Oh, God. The party begins anew. After a long and arduous time, the patently named Corval clusterfuck, losing an ally, finding others, and eventually agreeing to a job given by none other than the very trustworthy and always in your face and straightforward Captain Wallace. You all took a ship from Milo Harbor back to Fortuny Sol, where you met up with Wallace's contact, Lawrence Beckett, and were given a mission that would hopefully get answers to this curse of Captain Soren and what it may be afflicting Frey with, and who knows what else. But to do so, you would need to go far into the deepest reaches of the Sabine Highlands, in a place that had been untouched to time for hundreds of years. So you prepared, you got everything together, you sent your allies to go see about restoring Riverstone Keep, and you set off. And what would be on your journey but, of course, absolutely nothing. It was actually a very lovely time so far. You headed up to Gorestone, spent a night there. Everything was great. You stopped at the Moonflower Society before that, found out, oh, right, they're only open at night. Couldn't do anything with it, so you journeyed. And Garrett did a hell of a job navigating you. It was bang, 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 every moment, every day. Garrett was weaving in and out and avoiding the worst of it, keeping you guys on a good time because, well, unfortunately, if there's one thing Wallace is, it's honest. If there's a second thing, it's prompt. And if there's one thing you wanted to do, it's be prompt, because he was, in fact, threatening a good friend and associate of Mr. Beckett's, one Mr. Garvin. But it would be all good, for nothing bad happened in the Sabine Highlands. Until it did. As you were continuing on, you came across a fairly large river, one that wasn't noted or mapped out, presumably lost to the fact that the highlands out here were, well, abandoned and ignored. No one had lived here, no one ever tried to. It was far away from so much. And with a old decrepit bridge, you decided to stay the night. Not but maybe 50, 100 paces away from the river. And unfortunately, while you were resting, while Strieg was keeping an eye out, trying his best, you were assailed by these strange entities, these drowned beings, smelling of almost sewage, sitting water, disgusting, like the worst bits of a swamp. A fight that proved near lethal, as in your sleeping state it took considerable effort to even get ready and arm yourselves to fight, and after that it took even longer to be able to repel them, but not before Mira went down and the explosion tore her arm from her body. And it is here, in that same night, as you are still reeling from this fight, Mira just barely... Her dress turning to smolders on the bottom from where she fought above a campfire. Her arm completely disconnected from the rest of her body. The rest of you desperately trying to reconvene with yourselves, reconvene with each other, and try and establish a perimeter and make sure it's safe. Here, on the edge of this unnamed river, not but 50 feet from a destroyed bridge, hundreds of years old perhaps, I ask unto you all. Samar, Strieg, Frey, Garrett, Lords, and Mira. What are you guys doing?
There's actually something I wanted to discuss real quick before we get fully into it.
Okay.
Yeah, I should have brought it up sooner, but I've just remembered. Robert made a boo-boo during some of Lawrence's early stuff.
I did.
Wallace was supposed to be calling him Mr. Lawrence.
Yes.
The entire time.
It is a minor mistake, but one that I did make. Yeah. Captain Wallace would have referred to Lawrence as Mr. Lawrence, not Mr. Beck.
Okay. Doesn't matter that much?
It's just worth mentioning that is what he would call him. What about his other guy, his quartermaster? Would he have gone for Lawrence or Beckett?
Probably also Mr. Lawrence.
Okay.
Not incredibly relevant, just, you know,
Just wanted to
something
throw
I
it out there.
probably just should have mentioned to Ping at some point. But I digress.
Okay.
What are you guys doing?
So I believe near the end last time, Lawrence had offered Frey and Strieg to check out their wounds, and I think Frey said yes. Is that correct?
I think Frey is actually kind of panicking with Mira at the moment, so he's probably not totally cognizant.
Did we end on Lauren's eyeball reveal?
We did.
Yeah.
It's him across the fire. Strieg gave him stared daggers at him. I don't know if Frey was looking, but Mira could have been after the tree was, pulled off her.
I don't know if she's really processing right now. At least not not like,
A fair
her arms
point.
off.
Well, Frey is currently kneeling next to Mira, kind of, hovering anxiously over her. Just somebody do something. She's, Mira, are you okay? Mira.
I'm okay. She tries to put on a smile. But it's,
Streak is also next to Mira, trying very hard to, he's got his jacket off, bunched up against her arm. I don't even know if you bleed, but is this helping?
I've never done this before.
I'm just gonna keep doing it until, Garrett or Samar tells me to stop then.
I think I look up at Garrett and I'm like, somebody get me fucking over there, please. I can't walk, but Jesus.
Yeah. At that point, I would pick up Samar after having made sure they were stable enough that they weren't bleeding out or dying. I would have brought Samar over to the rest of the party, hanging out around Mira.
At the same time, Lawrence, without panicking, is going to take a step back, head back to his tent, grab his glasses, some medical supplies, and bring him over. Mostly just, some generic herbal remedy stuff and bandages.
Does Mira seem like she's in pain?
Hard to say. She definitely looks shocked.
Distressed.
Probably not moving very much. Maybe wincing a little at the pressure from the sweater or whatever. What Greg said. But I mean, does she feel pain the same way a human does? Probably not exactly.
Interesting. Okay. Am I still down? Can I be up with 1 HP at this point? I know that that's
gonna be a little bit. Garrett's gonna have to do some actual medical stuff to get you up with HP.
All
Yeah.
right.
I
would
can
say
roll for
you're
that.
you're vaguely like you're conscious. You're in real rough fucking shape.
I can't like cast spells or anything.
No, you need HP for that.
Yeah. All right. Well. Okay. I guess I just hang out. I think I'm just like. Fuck. I think maybe I can do something to help, but my head is just.
Is
I think I
Garrett?
died twice.
Go ahead.
No, I think I died twice in that fight, so I'm just. I don't even know what's going on.
Is Garrett actively tending to Samar during this?
Yeah, I would have been trying to make sure Samara wasn't dying. I would have brought them over closer to the fire and to the rest of the party, so we're not, with this 40 feet away and possibly at risk to more attacks. But I would have been tending to Samar, who is, down to like Mira is.
After Lawrence gets back with some medical stuff, he'll kneel down next to Mira, Strig, Frey, and just kind of gesture towards the. You said it was his jacket he was holding to the stump, the shoulder.
Yes.
Gesture to that and holding bandages. Like these would work better for that.
Yeah. Definitely. Please.
It is.
We'll move aside.
It's weird for Lawrence. There's no hesitation as he acts, but there's definitely a furrowed brow just above those glasses, as he is bandaging up the odd, bloodless. You said just below the shoulder, Robert?
Yeah, like
Is stump applicable here then?
yeah.
Yeah, the odd bloodless stump.
I would say it looks more like clay than like flesh.
Yeah, like below there's a layer that is vaguely skin-like, though less so seeing it torn than as it normally would be, and below it is much. It ain't no bone, to put it lightly.
I don't know how familiar Strig, Mira, or Frey are with like medical care, but I'm sure Garrett and even Samar, if they're conscious enough to be, watching. Lawrence's hand is not an unexperienced one. He is able to effectively bind a wound, even of this nature. Though how much it's actually helping is another question.
Yeah, I think Samar would probably look up at Lawrence and just kind of sincerely be like, "Would you try stitches?"
I'm afraid there's not much to stitch.
Oh,
Okay.
Garrett, give me 1d6 plus your heal.
Absolutely.
I think Mira is like kind of
is, I believe, at 1.
hesitantly side-eyeing Lawrence.
That's a 4.
Beautiful. There's probably enough light that she can see that his attention is actually not entirely focused on the arm, but he is very often glancing towards her face. Though the expression is not the easiest to read.
Was that 4 HP for me? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
All right.
Then I believe
Okay.
you also take a system strain from that.
Yes, that is fine.
And you're frail this time.
Okay, well, that will not be true for long. All right. I'm starting to heal everybody immediately.
Okay.
So first I'll heal myself just to cool back at full.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
You can just do that?
Just that easy.
Yeah.
Okay. Who needs it?
I think
I'm gonna come-
as Samar is about starting to do this process, Lawrence was trying to calm Frey and Strig and mention how you're still bleeding. You'll need to be have your wounds bound next, lest you bleed out, before seeing how what's it look like when Samar heals like themselves?
I think it is. I don't think there's any like real magical effect. I think it kind of looks like time is unwinding itself a little bit. Like it's just sort of reversing, or maybe it's like it's healing in like record time. Like I'm just speeding up the process of healing that would happen naturally, but it just kind of looks like there was a wound and now there isn't, and it's just kind of like, I guess that's magic. I don't know, because otherwise I can't imagine what else could be happening there.
It looks like a horse.
Yeah. Cool. I can heal people from 50 feet away, so I think like I'm just sort of glancing at the others and healing them from like where I'm sitting. So I'll heal Strieg. I'll heal.
While Garrett's fucking patching you up and getting you to a level of consciousness, you immediately just start healing everyone.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that's 9 HP for Strieg. I can do more if you need. I don't know how much HP you need. That is 12 for Frey.
Wow, Samar's useful when they stay up.
Wow. How handy.
Yeah, I will. Also, none of you have the frail condition if you guys went down or anything.
Just you and Mira.
Did this
I did
15 roll heal you completely and get rid of your frail? That was the first one was on you?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so, alright, I just wanted to verify.
Yeah.
Did I go down?
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
You had the explosion after you were down.
Yeah, so for Mira, if you'll allow it, Robert, I would like to see if I can do any kind of stitching, reattaching thing. It hasn't been that long since she went down, and it's not real flesh. Maybe I can do some physical healing and then try to throw some magical healing and see if I can get it back.
Define physical healing.
Stitching the arm pieces together.
Yes, I would like to, like, I guess in as much I don't know like what the muscle structure and stuff is, but in as much detail as I can.
There really isn't one.
There isn't.
I would like to sort of
solid.
Like weld her arm back together and like stitch the skin together as much as it,
Well, you
functions
can
like
definitely
normal skin.
stitch the skin together.
Okay.
Can we slow down a moment?
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Yeah. Because a bunch of us just got healed, presumably with no explanation.
Yes.
Is like Samar reaching a hand out or anything, like to indicate where the healing's going or anything?
Or that they are actually healing.
I think probably like before I do it for each person, I'm just kind of like, I don't really think I'm asking because I'm just sort of assuming that people want to be healed, but I think I'm sort of like making eye contact with each person so that they know that like I'm doing something, and then I do it. And like if somebody doesn't want it, then you can always refuse or whatever, and it just won't take effect. I don't think there's not like a limited
I
number,
mean,
but
Frey is focused on himself and Mira, so I don't think he's going to be making eye contact.
okay, that's fair. That's very fair. No, I think probably I will like call out to Frey like, and just sort of like try to get his attention. And once he looks up, I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna heal you. Yes.
Yeah, Frey is kind of still definitely a little stunned. He's holding his like very ragged, torn up arm to his chest. He just kind of gives a nod.
Okay. And you just see like I don't even really make a move towards healing Frey. You just see like a moment of, I think, concentration, and it's just like, okay, it's happening. And then it happens. It takes effect.
Right.
So the thing with
you go.
The thing with me, or assuming will take a few minutes, right? Some time, right? Robert.
Yeah, actually, I would like a Give me I guess a dexterity heal, Samar.
All right.
You're seeing that's he's not needed on that or Strieg or Frey anymore. I think Lawrence is probably gonna go up to Garen's like, Mr. Viacorts, it seems the good doctor's busy. Do you mind giving me a once over? I think I got the biggest wounds patched up all right, but wouldn't mind a second opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I can help you with that. And then if we just backtrack 2 minutes here to when Samar first healed himself and everyone else, Garrett probably would have been falling on his ass because he would be in the middle of about to wrap whatever wounds were, and then all of a sudden, like, there are no wounds, and he would have, well, so as Lawrence is asking him this, Garrett's getting up and kind of dusting himself off.
I think Samar truly did not even notice, was just in business mode immediately.
Yeah, Samar is too busy to notice, fully understandable. Garrett just kind of like shrugs and goes, all right, whatever, moving on. Yeah, and I will absolutely, I can make a heal roll for Lawrence as well.
It might be necessary if Samar's going to do something about that later, but just for the the story.
Okay, yeah, that's fine too.
Lawrence will take off his jacket, and I think it'd be pretty readily visible when Garrett's putting on like bandages or whatever, just how many fucking scars he has, like all over his arms and like body.
Well,
he's pretty fucked up with a lot of hits, right, Robert?
Yeah. I mean, like, even after the magical healing, you all are still bloody messes.
Right, but I mean, like, not just that, but like previous.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
wounds
yeah.
And whatnot,
He's got
old
plenty
scars
of scars
and whatnot.
Got quite the collection there, Mr. Lawrence. Garrett would say as he kind of sponges up the blood a bit with some rags and does what he can to kind of wrap and secure, double checks, what Lawrence has already done there.
It's fine, but self-tending's never the best. One of those things.
Right.
Now I've been around long enough to know that an exciting life is not always a worthwhile one.
Yes. They certainly say may you live in interesting times is more of a curse than a blessing.
It's an awful lot of blood. Would you believe it's only the second worst off I've been?
You know what? I can see that. You've certainly seen your fair share. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if this is the second worst off you've been. I'd hate to have seen you at the worst.
He'll point to a specific scar that's really close to where his heart is. That is a very obvious bullet wound.
Whew. Yeah, it's honestly impressive to come back from that.
It was,
Garrett would have seen wounds like that before that have killed people, so.
It was a close one, especially considering I was the only medic at the time. But
Jesus. Well, not Jesus, but by the
Saints
nine.
weep.
Saints weep.
Would you believe it was also on a trip to do some treasure hunting?
It certainly seems that treasure hunting can absolutely put you in some bad situations.
You could say that twice.
Yeah, we ran into this. I don't even know what to call it. This corpse spider thing was living inside this kid and came out of and chased us around through that keep that we own. Luckily, Frey blew it up with one of their magical explosions, like just happened here with the tree and everything. But whew, yeah,
that sounds like a literal nightmare.
Yeah, especially since like it was weirdly blood. Like you couldn't, like, I was shooting it with arrows and it wasn't doing anything. You had to actually like cut the blood leg off to actually hurt it, and then yeah, it was Whoa.
Hmm.
Well, looks here like you're about as good as I can get you here. Hopefully, Samar's got enough strength left to do whatever magical patching up they need to do. Garrett would give him a light clap on the shoulder, making sure to avoid any wounds that he may have.
Smacking a wound directly.
Right. Just,
I think throughout the little scene there with Garrett and Lawrence, Lawrence had his attention mostly on Samar and Mira.
Yeah, I think if Samar notices Lawrence looking at them, they will realize like how hurt Lawrence is, and will also throw a heal at them. Like once they're done talking, at Lawrence. I can also do another one if needed.
That's only a third of my health.
Okay, cool. There's another one.
Okay, let's see.
Each one of these
So
requires a
much
sleep
healing. Oh.
I'm nearly full now. Not
Wait,
quite
you want one
though.
more?
If you want.
I mean, each of these
What
has
you
a system-
got?
It's up to you. I can do it indefinitely, but each one takes a system strain. So,
Oh,
They could do it for free. It's just...
maybe don't then.
well, it takes a system strain for you. So,
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I know how that system works entirely. Where do I mark that?
It's under your AC.
System strain. Yeah, I'll abstain from the last one then.
Oh, that gives me a system strain too, right? Because you healed me.
yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said near the beginning, system strain. You don't worry about it too much early on, but the longer a game goes, the more important it becomes.
Yeah.
I think being initially shocked by the actual thing happening, Lawrence will check his wounds over a second time. Still a little like, oh wow, and then keep watching them while trying to clean up his fucking jacket and clothes a little bit from all the blood and such.
Yeah. I think like Samar makes a mental note to themselves, like I should probably be polite and check how everyone's doing after this is done, but first the surgery. So, like you see them kind of in a, not that they're super polite in general, but you see them very much in like I'm not being polite today like mode, just kind of like here, you're gonna live now time to detach this arm, hopefully.
I don't know when in the scenes it happens, but I think before Samar goes to start needlework, Lawrence will ask, "Do you need painkiller?"
I guess that's a question for Mira.
I don't think it's obvious whether he's asking Mira or Samar.
I don't. I'm fine.
Well, the doctor who's providing the surgery is why it would be directed towards Samar. Not like if Samar wants to chug some fucking opium.
It's not off the table, but I'm on the job, so. I think I probably look over at Mira like it's up to you.
I don't know if it would work on me.
Yeah. I think I look back up at Lawrence and just kind of shrug, like I think you get the sense that I also don't really know what Mira's deal is beyond that there is a deal,
Yeah, I think as far as that goes, Lawrence doesn't respond further than that or react much, but it's also hard to see his eyes in the firelight behind the glasses.
Yeah, I think as you're walking away, I think I probably remember to be mildly polite, and I'm like, thanks for asking. I call after you.
Oh, Lawrence isn't leaving. He's probably still sitting where he was near where Garrett was, and he's still watching.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I will sort of glance up at you and just say, thanks for asking, and then immediately go back to whatever is happening with this arm.
You do what you can to essentially stitch the skin together, but there's not a lot more you can do. Like, under it, it's broken, but there's nothing... It's yeah, like hardened clay almost. It is almost inexplicable. Like, it is not anything you could ever doctor to fix. It is not anything you could ever... well beyond your wheelhouse. It would be like trying to stitch together a marionette or a doll or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think at some point, like, whenever I get the sense that, well, if like reattaching is gonna work, this is as close as it's gonna get, I will then throw a magical heal at Mira and see if it does anything for her arm situation as well. I assume it doesn't, but
Does magical healing even work on me?
It does.
Oh boy.
Regular medical healing might not, but magical certainly seems to.
well, I will give you another one also, assuming you have the system strain.
So we can't magically heal the arm back on. That won't work. You can't just stick it on and just magically fuse it.
It does not seem to be, no.
That is most unfortunate.
Yeah, I think at this point, when I've thrown the magical heals at Mira and it looks like okay, she's doing better, but the arm is still what it is, you know, I will sort of like make eye contact with her, put an arm on her shoulder, the other shoulder, and be like, say it. I'm sorry to. I don't know how much you can tell, but I don't think that the arm is fixable, at least by me or any of us.
Well, this has never happened to me before. Other things heal over time for me, so maybe it'll be better in a while? She sounds very, very skeptical. But, you know, like, trying to, you know, find some semblance of calming herself and everyone else down a little bit.
Yeah, I think you see Samara like nod, but with an expression that's like, I'm also not buying it as much as you're not buying it. If I look at the arm, is it just because I did stitch it together in the hopes that would help with the magical healing? Is it just like hanging there? Like it's just like a thing that's okay. Well,
I mean, you did a great job stitching it back together.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm just imagining like a bag of flesh that's just like hanging limply at your side is horrifying. I think
a doll arm.
Yeah, exactly. Like not like it's not even that. Oh, it's like an arm that you can't control. It's like, well, I stitched the skin together, but everything on the inside was unattachable. So it is just hanging by the like flaps of skin that I've stitched together. Is horrifying. I think I look over at the arm and I sort of like flinch, and I think I'm like, maybe it will
interject real quick.
Please.
You hear Lawrence just say, Dr. Samar, and he hands over a sling made from the bandages.
I will take them from you and give you a nod of thanks. and start to put Mira's arm in the sling. I will mention to Mira, I don't think you're going to have any control over the arm. Obviously, if it is to heal, then maybe that'll happen. But until then, I think it's just going to be like this. Would it be more comfortable for you if we unattach it?
Why don't we wait and see if anything happens, and then if it doesn't, if nothing happens, then probably it would be better to just take it off.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
We could just have it hanging there, but why don't we wait and see?
Sure. That makes sense. Yeah, we can give it some time. All right. I think I will sort of pat Mira on the shoulder and say I'll leave you to get some rest. I should probably check on the others as well. And I'll just sort of walk around and see if everybody's doing okay, if anybody needs any more healing or anything. Just checking on people.
While they were wrapping up with Mira's arm, Garrett would have known that there's not much he could do. Better to let the real doctor take a look at it. And in the meantime, he would have gone to make sure that Henrietta was okay and not chased off by these weird undead drowner things.
After a little while, yeah, you are able to find her. She's a little ways back up the path where she headed off when all this started.
All right, yeah. So I would have calmed Henrietta down and brought her back to camp.
Lawrence will move some of the bodies away from camp.
I was gonna say that while the healing was all happening, Streak was actually gonna go and take a look at the bodies and just, I don't know, see what the fuck is going on with them. If they looked familiar in any way, like something they dealt with in the past, or...
Poke with something sharp?
Just what the fuck.
Not especially. Tattered clothing that's mostly worn to nothing. Some of them are missing most of the skin, and it's a little more than skull on the head. Others have this pasty, far too, sagging, skin that's almost falling off, teeth missing. It's just a general mess, but you don't recognize them in any real sense.
They don't look like the other umbral-type creatures we've faced before?
No, but that is definitely not an indictment on them being umbral. The Umbrae come in literally every shape, size, and type. It could be a case of there is something else umbral that created them. You really can't say at this point. Examining them, these are just corpses, just drowned bodies that spent way too long just smelling awful and being dead.
I think Frey has been kind of sitting to the side, watching as Streak is doing this, and he'll just say, they're just empty husks.
They're empty husks that were very much trying to kill us a few minutes ago.
I can't speak to that exactly, but even while they were doing that, there was nothing there.
But there was nothing there then, and there's nothing there now. What's stopping them from just getting up again and trying to kill us again?
You could destroy the joints. Cut beneath the elbow, the knees, the shoulders, armpits, ankles.
Frey looks a little ill at the thought.
Streak looks disturbed for a moment, but then pulls his knife out of the one that he hucked it into and starts cutting.
Oof.
And Frey's gonna look away while this is happening. What if more come? It was in our tent. It was on Samar.
Yeah.
We might want to leave as soon as possible.
Did you by chance pack a second neck somewhere, Doctor?
A second neck?
Yes, I could have sworn that first attack they ripped yours out.
Ah. Yeah, I don't really know what happened there either. I just had the sense that I could come back, and I noticed that I was about to be drowned, so I decided I should probably come back before that happened. I don't think it was something I did.
If we were in any other situation, I might call you a bullshitter.
Yeah, I do like to bullshit, but unfortunately this one's honest.
Mr. Varrock. Did I get the names right?
Yes.
Mr. Varrock is correct, and those misfires earlier were both unhelpful and quite loud. Anything nearby should know where we are at the moment.
I think at this point I would probably come back from getting Henrietta just in time to hear Lawrence say that. Yeah, that's probably a good point. I think it would be a good idea to pack up and move for a bit. Yeah. Before we set up camp and finish off the night.
Maybe for the best, getting away from this water.
Exactly. If I use danger sense at level 2, that's once per day. Would that, because of the time of day it is being the middle of the night, would that carry over into the next day as having been used, or would that still be considered this day?
I would say this is still considered this day.
Okay. So I would like to use the level 2 of danger sense to essentially be like, hey, best way to get out of dealing with more attacks would probably be to move either upriver or downriver would be my question. Or maybe a little bit closer, like further out from the woods and in towards that where it thinned out a bit.
At this point, the only immediate danger that you've seen that has actively come at you is from this river, so even just being further away from it's probably going to be your best shot.
Okay.
Not necessarily up or down, just away from.
Alright.
In fact, given that these were here, there's no reason not to believe that perhaps there would be more upriver and downriver.
Right. So in that case, I think our best thing to do is to move not just back up the trail, but up the trail and off the trail, heading towards the west a little bit, to maybe where the forest thins out a bit. We don't have to go super far, but just far enough that they're not going to be looking quite where we were at. Does that sound good to everyone?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Start packing.
You guys begin packing. Strieg, you finish searching around the camp. You get, a lantern. You search around the camp for any others, and you find one that is wrapped around a tree. Its arm already missing, and its spine shattered in about 8 places. It's already not going to be moving. But...
Well, that's convenient.
Which one was that one? Was that the one that got
Mira
thrown? Okay.
yeah. Yeah, Mira launched that thing into a tree. Otherwise, the only 3 that you find are the 3 that are right around the camp, Strieg. You finish chopping them up and mutilating them and getting their piles of body parts far away, and though it is late and you guys are already exhausted, you break camp. Head further inland. Set up again. Does anyone remember your watch orders from last time, and if you're still going to be following them?
Larry was last. I recall that.
I know Strieg was on watch when they attacked, and I want to say that I was second.
Yeah,
Yes,
I believe
I
next
remember,
watch is
yeah.
Mira, and then Lawrence.
No reason for me to pretend to sleep anymore.
I got it, yes. It was Garrett with a 14, Strieg with a 7, Mira with a 5, and Lawrence with a 7. So, if you,
Before we set back down, I think Lawrence would approach Mira. Is she just like carrying stuff as normal, just with one arm?
She's doing her dang best.
Does it seem like she's struggling at all in any particular way?
I mean, yeah, probably doing stuff with one arm is fucking hard.
I mean,
But, like,
at least it was.
Does it seem
just
like
left
she's
of her.
winded, put out in any way over the fact that she had lost an arm outside the fact of its immediate loss of use?
I mean, I'm sure there is a, general adjustment to, hey, I'm used to doing things with 2 arms. Like, automatically going to do something, trying to do something with 2 arms, like muscle memory, and then, not being able to. Maybe she's even, like, trying to overcompensate a little bit. But
I think
yeah, I don't know if she's like in. She's not like breaking down, like sobbing or anything.
I think Lawrence, like when we're
Keeping it together for, as much good as that is for now.
before we settle down at the next site, I think Lawrence would approach Mira. I think he starts off by saying some like, in my experience, sailors who lose limbs go through, blah blah blah. Beware of the phantom pain, but know that it is, it's usually in your head. Sometimes these medicines can help with those things, etc. I think for the first time, like when Lawrence speaking, it almost sounds half-hearted. Like it almost sounds like he's going through a
Script.
Yeah, almost like that. Like this might be something he's even said before. But I think after he like finishes, there's a pause, and like his Like he's looking more directly towards her, or I think like you can't see that, but it's more like there's like a, you know, a tilt of the head where it's like he's looking. His face is pointed more directly at her when he just asks, "What?" And he trails off, pauses. I think it might be clear that he was going to ask, "What are you?" But instead he actually says, what does this mean? What is the meaning of this, Miss Tyrell?
Please don't be afraid of me.
Your request is noted, but it does not quite answer my question. Was it meant to be funny?
I'm not a human, I guess.
Lawrence blinks. You can't see it, but he blinks.
My father made me. So I'm not a human.
Like
fussing with like a loose thread on her jacket or whatever. Like obviously very nervous. Everybody else already knew. I don't tell people.
I think it's clear there were more questions, like on the tip of Lawrence's tongue, but I think he just asks, how? Why?
It's a long story. I mean, my father is a very brilliant alchemist. She just kind of like trails off. Not sure how much she would be up to talking about it right now.
So not just some girl hired by a group of mercenaries, and not just some unexpectedly strong girl who works with a group of mercenaries.
No?
By the way, I don't think this is like a private conversation. If anyone else wants to jump in at any point, they are welcome to do so. I just want to throw that out there. Like it's like in the middle of the campsite.
Yeah, essentially we found Mira in the basement of Riverstone Keep. And she's been traveling with us since. We were trying to help her find her father, and we found him, but he had to leave again. So we were going to, well, I was hoping that Mira would at least want to stick with us until he was able to come back. And Garrett
Well,
would put
yes,
his
of
hand
course.
on Mira's other shoulder, the one that's intact.
Yeah, I mean, I would have gone with him if I didn't think you needed me.
I can see why you'd want to hide that. But at this point, I'm not certain. He kind of searches for the words. What someone is supposed to think about this.
What do
I think
you
Samar
mean?
is going to like mind call Mira and just ask like, are you okay talking about this? Do you need someone to run interference?
I'm okay.
Okay.
That came out a little bit more pathetic than I meant it to.
It sounded a little under a tree, didn't it?
Well, let me know if you change your mind. I think I'm just kind of like off to the side, sort of looking at this conversation with like a side eye, just kind of in like protective mode, but also not wanting to stop Mira from having a conversation she wants to have. So I'm just kind of there.
I don't know if I understand the question.
Lawrence will like glance towards Garrett, or adjust where he's looking towards Garrett, assuming that at least he would understand what he's trying to say. And just remind it was what is someone supposed to think about this? Like what do you do with this information? Like
You just. I could see that would be a odd thing to discover, but I think at the time there's more, or at this time there's more pressing issues than a combination of Mira's origins and how one handles finding out that one's companion is not traditionally human. I say
Nailed it.
traditionally as I think you'll find most of us do believe that Mira is maybe the most human of us in her own way.
there was a time that I did not question things. I like to think I'm past that. But in this moment, I find I do not have the questions to even ask. I'm not sure who that's doing a disservice to, myself or you, Miss Tyrell. But I can't help but feel it is, one way or another. I suppose I'll have to sleep on it.
I don't mind talking about things, I guess.
I do think maybe we wait until at least tomorrow. It's still rather fresh, everything that's happened, and it's dark, and I'm sure once the adrenaline wears off, sleep will quickly claim those of us who are not on watch. The way of things, in my experience, once you've been through a battle, the adrenaline wears off. Sometimes you want nothing more than to just sit down and collapse or rest.
Must be nice.
I think Lawrence just nods. I think there's still some time before his watch, but before he like even gets any sleep, he'll spend the time to reload his, pistols. Make sure they are stowed properly in his jacket.
Like I said, I don't think Mira is gonna bother pretending to sleep anymore. I think unless he like completely crashed out immediately, I think she would say like one thing to Frey. If he is awake.
Yeah, Frey, I mean, he doesn't stay awake very long. He is exhausted and stressed. But yeah, I think, like, kind of while they're settling in.
So I guess she's like, I don't know, Papa... Not Papa Squat! Jesus Christ, what's wrong with me? Like... I don't know, take a seat next to him. I should have listened to you. I'm sorry. I didn't want you to get hurt.
You've always looked out for us. But we could try and look out for you too. Oh, I am sorry that I dropped a tree on you. And he kind of like, his eyes kind of like wandered down to her arm in the sling.
You didn't mean to. So... I'll be okay. I'll be alright, I promise.
Of course, I'm sure once you are able to see your father again, I'm sure he can do something.
It did make me.
And maybe it will be an opportunity to try out a new arm. I mean, I don't know what exactly that might entail. I'm sorry, this sounded foolish the moment I said it.
I think Mira just kind of like puts her head to one side, like imagining different kind of arms.
You remember that time that that Rohan gave himself massive arms?
Could have a really big arm, or a sword arm, or
an arm with a hook on it,
or a bear arm. It becomes apparent that she's just like trying to make him smile.
He does end up chuckling after this just gets more and more ridiculous.
A tiger arm, a wing.
If you get a wing, though, then we'd have to do something about the other arm, so you can have two wings, because you can't fly with only one.
Maybe if I tried really hard.
I don't know if I think there are some things that force of will just cannot overcome. Flight might be one of them.
Well, maybe we'll find out.
If anybody can prove us wrong, I'm sure it will be you.
Oh, okay. Satisfied that, you know. This is satisfying, Mira, to have, you know. You know, got their mind off of it a little bit.
Yeah.
You know. Make my friend smile.
Mira's always looking out for us.
While setting up the new camp, Garrett would have not set up his sleeping bag in Lawrence's tent again. He would have set it up over by the fire and offered the spot, or would have asked Lawrence if it was okay if either Samar or Frey shared the tent, as their tent is now destroyed.
I think there's Lawrence responds. You know, he's not gonna leave Garrett hanging, but I think there's a certain distance in his tone, which is very contrary to how he's been up until this point, where it is almost like before, where he's kind of just going through the motions of a response rather than truly like considering and going through.
Right, he doesn't actually want someone in the tent at this point, I guess, maybe.
So he just like, it's fine. So the answer is yes, but yeah,
Okay.
there definitely is a little, you know, something different about, you know, his demeanor.
Yeah, Garrett would leave it up to Lawrence to let one or the other know that they could stay in there. He'd just be like, hey, if you want, I'm gonna just move out. If it's cool with you, that way at least one of them can stay in. I don't know who you would prefer, so I'll let you pick one of them, or let them know however you want to handle that.
And that's where Roller responds, whichever is fine, before getting back into his tent.
All right.
Before everyone sleeps, I would just like to tend to everybody so that they'll lose their 2 system strain instead of 1. You know, just basic like first aid-y stuff. I mean, everyone's, you know, like healed and stuff, but just making sure that everybody's like hydrated and rested and stuff, I guess.
Sure.
I don't even have any system strain, so don't even worry about me.
Beautiful. Also, I think I would offer to Lawrence, you know, I think maybe Garrett's mentioned that I can sort of talk to people from far away. Currently, I have sort of a connection with Mira and Garrett. If you would like, I can set one up with you as well. It's up to you. Frey and Streak have opted out, but if you think that would be helpful, given the carnage that's just been wrought upon us, I figured I should offer. And, you know, I trust you well enough at this point.
I don't think so. There are things I'd rather not share, and I don't know the nature of your abilities. But I do think there's something we can do to prevent further destruction. Would you mind me looking over your supplies?
Sure.
Specifically medical supplies is what Lawrence referred to.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you anything that I have. I don't.
So I need to double check
but
a certain detail real quick.
yeah.
Hang on. You have levels. Yeah, I think like Lawrence just like kind of goes over things for now, but they kind of are back to back on watches, right?
Who?
Samar and Lawrence.
No, Mira and
Have a
Lawrence.
watch. I don't even remember it.
Yeah, no,
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was Mira and then, yeah, Samar wasn't even taking a watch. It went
Okay.
Garrett,
Yeah.
Shrieg, Mira, Lawrence.
Yeah, I think he would like point out a few things, saying like, I have some of this already, but I could use a little more, or whatnot. And I think I don't know how much Samar is looking into the choices. I'm assuming more than not.
I think they are curious, but they're trying to keep their curiosity from. They're trying not to be nosy, but their nature is to be nosy. So they're like, I think they've recognized that, like, well, Lauren showed up in this fight for us, so like he's earned, me not being wildly suspicious constantly. So they're trying not to look, but they're like, it's killing them. So.
I mean, it is stuff. Most of the stuff that is obviously useful for medicine, right? Since Samar has it, but it's also things that can be used for other purposes.
Okay, I think they would look then.
Yeah, I mean, poisons,
Yeah.
things that are used for that kind of thing.
Okay. Well, okay. I think they make a mental note, and then they're like, all right, well, it's fine, I guess.
That's fine. Lawrence will send him aside, like not keep them in a tent or anything, until
Sure.
later,
Okay.
and you'll go to bed.
Same.
So if Samar or Frey are going to opt into it, the tent is open.
Samar will not, because they know themselves, and they will pry your eyes open while you're sleeping if they are in there. So.
Christ, okay. Jesus, what the fuck?
I mean, maybe not literally.
And we thought fucking Mira was the inhuman one. Jesus.
Maybe not literally, but it will be one of those things where they don't sleep all night because they're just trying to convince themselves not to, like.
They're waiting until you open your eyes so they can stare into your eyes from 2 inches away.
Meanwhile, Lawrence has his fucking sleep mask.
When
Yeah.
when Garrett was doing a quick look over on Lawrence, was he wearing his glasses again by that point, or no?
He went and got his glasses when he went to get his medical supplies.
Okay.
So that was like immediately. So I think the only person who chronically saw was Shrieg, if not Mira. I don't know whether or not Alex wants to decide that. I will leave it up to you.
I mean, I think she saw, but probably has not thought about it very much yet.
Gotcha.
But yeah, Frey will take that offer to sleep in the tent.
It is thankfully not very bloody.
Yes, he is very grateful for that, and he's just gonna... I swear if I wake up to another one of those things, I'm turning right around and going back to the city.
So, with that, you guys finally, after an hour of picking up your camp, moving it, putting a new camp together, another hour of talking everything, setting up the camp, getting your bedrolls, getting your tents set up, you finally get back to bed, recovered for the most part, as rough as it is, but it is, for my favorite phrase, the sake of brevity, a quiet night otherwise. As far as Mira, are you still taking your watch?
Yeah. I'm not going to bed
Okay.
anymore. I don't
So you're
need
not
to.
faking going to bed anymore.
Yes.
Do you want to hear what Lawrence does then on his shift?
Sure.
He's got out some vials and some like stuff used to heat, like stuff for usually making medicine is the idea. But he's using some of his own supplies and some of what Samar gave him. And he spends a good amount of time preparing that. At some point, he does like clean his hands and like get some of the hardtack and jerky out, very separate from everything else, and sets them near the fire to warm. the gist of the effort he goes through on that end.
I think Mira is trying to be unobtrusive to Larry right now. So, you know, she's not tending to be asleep, but she's not being super talkative either.
And eventually, earlier than it probably should on account of the hours missed breaking and rebuilding a camp, it is sunrise. You're able to get up, have a morning, and thankfully with the rise of the sun, there's that sense of safety that hopefully the day will go better.
I think as everyone's getting up, you know, unwrapping their like jerky and hardtack breakfast, Lawrence will say, "Mr. Strieg, Mr. Viacourt, a moment of your time, please."
Certainly.
Okay.
What's going on?
He will make to hand each of you a single vial containing a thick green liquid.
Thank
This will
you.
be helpful should we be ambushed again, but if we have time, make sure to coat either a bolt or an arrow in that.
Garrett nods his head. How many coatings or how many arrows do you think we could coat with this? This is good for one. Or
one use each.
Okay, one use.
I brought a few with me, though I doubt they would have been very good against those creatures, so I've mixed some more this morning with some of Dr. Samar's supplies that they lent me. If we're still to ford this river, so if we run across the same thing, I'm hoping this will be a boon to us.
All right, I would.
I'm going to remove 2 doses, Robert, from my inventory.
All right.
All right, I am go. Is that an item that we can add to our inventory, or
Probably.
Yeah.
You can just call it poison. Generic
yeah,
poison.
okay,
Just
yeah,
call
I was
it
gonna say
Larry's
poison.
Generic
poison.
hyphen lethal.
Yeah. Larry's poison.
Larry's
specifically,
special concoction.
Specifically, this does. What level are we, Robert? 5?
You're
This is 2d6 plus 5 damage on your attacks.
Damn.
Yeah.
You said +5.
2d6 plus 5 added onto your attacks, whether it be a hit or a shock. Physical save for half. Afterwards, Larry would. He'll caution like, make sure you're wearing gloves. If you do apply it, make sure you're wearing gloves, trying to get it on your skin, etc.
He does
Do
the
not
fucking
breathe it in.
the drug read at the end where he's like, terms and conditions will apply. Please do not do. Blah, 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 blah.
Don't inhale its fumes, etc.
You're responsible for A fumes you inhale or A damages. That's horrifying.
I think it'd be visible because you've been working with it. There's a pouch that maybe someone noticed it was on the inside of his jacket previously. That he has set out, which has extra vials and maybe some like dried herbs in it. That it's very clear that the same vials that he has handed them currently filled, and that there are a good few extra doses in his bag.
Larry.
Streak's eyes kind of linger on that, but he doesn't say anything. He just tucks the vial away and goes back to pick up his stuff.
All right.
I think it's actually not just. It's not just the same thing he's made. There are other vials in there with other, clearly other liquids as well.
Well, I think at this point, our next goal is to get across that that river so we can get closer to the lake to find this temple or ruined structure that we're looking for. Best bet I think is to head downstream and track a little bit further into the woods and try to find somewhere to cross. After what happened last night, though, I do want to make sure that everyone wants to continue with this. There's a good chance that as we go deeper into this forest or even closer to the lake and these ruins that we may encounter worse things than whatever those were last night. And Garrett would say this to everyone as they were kind of sitting around eating breakfast.
How am I feeling in the morning, Chief? Still got a dead arm?
You can vaguely move your fingers.
Ooh.
Your hand has slight movement, but you really feel like you don't have the strength to move your, to lift your arm up yet.
Does the wound area where it was reattached look more connected?
It is gone. It is as if there was no wound.
Or as if there's no wound. Okay. Well,
I really don't think that was
that's
gonna work.
promising.
Mira's like, yeah! It's a big thumbs up. I'm kidding. Wait, it's for Bray and Lawrence. We have to, don't we?
Technically, if everyone wants to, we can call this off. It would screw over Gary, and Lawrence and Frey wouldn't see if there's a cure to their curse here. But if we all die anyways, won't do much for them in that effort either.
You're not wrong.
I have 3 things to mention. The first is that I want to continue. For all the reasons I've said before. But I cannot do so alone. So ultimately, that is your choice. The second thing is that I do believe we must redouble our efforts to proceed here in a way that does not cause our deaths. Just real quick, as an aside, before I forget. So Samar did something to make us lose system strain?
Yes. Well, so in this system, you always lose 1 at a long rest, but Samar did a thing where you lose 2 for a long rest instead.
Very good. Okay. So we should redouble our efforts to ensure that does not happen. And the third thing is, Dr. Samar, it's clear that your ability is invaluable. I've seen mages on a few occasions. And in every single one of them, they were the most pivotal member of a group. Well, one of, if not the most. I believe that you being paired with Mr. Frock, no offense, Mr. Frock, is not adequate defense should we be ambushed again.
I mean, I would love to be kept alive. Obviously, you don't need to convince me, so.
And no offense taken.
Mira, my headset actually cut out when it happened, but Mira said that her fingers are working, right? That was a thing?
Yeah, that's what Robert said.
Did Mira mention
Mira
it or
say
anything?
that to the group?
I mean, yeah, I think she would be, like, proudly demonstrating it, like, look.
And even with Mira's swift recovery, I'm not certain we can say she is at 100%.
Yeah.
I can still protect Summer.
I think Lawrence pauses, remembers the times she mentioned protecting him and whatnot previously. While I'm certain that you could better than many, my proposal here is that, Dr. Samar, you should be sharing my tent for the rest of the trip. Despite the misfires, I'm sure some of you saw that I've some experience in a fight. I've been in quite a few.
Where's your valiant defender? Oh, fuck you.
Shh, it's fine. In worst case scenario, I can take some punishment.
And I died and you didn't, so clearly you're more capable than I am.
It helps not having my... He doesn't finish the thought.
Yeah.
Anyway, that is my proposal here.
Works for me.
I'll still try to stay close.
I think Summer looks at you gratefully.
Well, I suppose I can give up my spot.
An added bonus.
What?
Finally getting Frey to sleep outdoors.
Is their tent ruined?
I'm sure we could probably sew it up, but for now it's out of commission until we take the time to actively repair and patch it.
Did anyone else have a response for the should we keep going question?
Well, for my part, I would really much rather not be going, but I do think it's something that I need to see through.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to not die, but I'm not afraid of a fight, so I'm game.
Frey will look over at Streak.
I mean, we're already this far out in the woods, I guess. And who knows what kind of fucked up shit Wallace would do if we don't do this, so... I guess
Mira
we do
frowns.
He does have a history.
All right. Well, sounds like we press on. I think it's best if we travel as quickly as we can to get as much distance covered. To try to find somewhere to cross this river, get across, and put as much distance between the river and us as possible. So the sooner we can get moving, the better. And with that, Garrett would stand up and start breaking down, as much as he could and loading it onto Henrietta. His bedroll would have already been rolled up and secured to his pack before breakfast and everything. So it would just be helping maybe Lawrence take his tent down and cleaning up the breakfast supplies and whatever.
Yeah, Lawrence spends extra time this time because he has to clean up his medical supplies. He'll probably return a little bit of additional things he did not use to Samar, thank them for the assistance.
Thank you.
I think before, like, Lawrence had his sword in its sheath, like, attached to his bag or something, but he's probably has it like more so attached to his belt this time. Keep it closer at hand than it was before. And for those interested, it's a longer, somewhat curved sword, a cutlass, if you will.
All right.
Pirate sword.
Cutlass.
Pirate sword.
Pirate sword. Not a saber.
Nah, it's cutlass.
Cutlass.
Oh, I didn't know Lawrence was from Florida.
from the Caribbean, actually.
Oh, all right. So with that, you guys are breaking camp, and, well, we'll go ahead and see what happens right after this quick 2-minute break.
Remember,
He's physically
genericizing.
restraining himself.
I know. That's why I didn't call anyone out on it.
You see, now that he didn't call us out, he accepted. That means we're actually going to switch to 5e.
Yep.
Wait,
next session, it's all gonna be 5e. We're gonna have to recreate all the character sheets.
Oh God, no. No one could be cool or interesting or unique. It would be horrible.
I'll go back to being a Warforged bard.
Frey would inexplicably be good at combat again.
Yeah, Frey would have to be what? One of the magic.
Like a fucking bard.
rogue?
Frey would just be a fucking bard.
Frey would be a
Actually,
bard.
originally created it in 5th edition. He was a College of Spirits bard.
Yep, College of Spirits bard. That would make sense. Garrett's just straight up fighter. Yeah,
I would have
fighter.
just like warlock or
Not a
something.
ranger?
But that
I guess. it gets a
Garrett's
little
not
funny with the
magical.
magic.
Yeah, I'm not. No, yeah, he doesn't
We
have.
could
any
do scout
force
rogue.
maybe
Shriek
Scout
is
Rogue.
also just a fighter.
Yeah.
Scout
And-
Rogue is good.
And Shriek no
Scout
longer
Rogue-
is
Shriek
known
is
as
straight
one
up
of the
a rogue.
greatest shots on the planet
Not
because there's no
assassin.
mechanic for assassinating people.
Yeah.
I mean, Streak is like the quintessential rogue.
I disagree.
No.
I
no, Shriek is
completely
full-on
disagree.
fighter.
Shriek has no ability to stab people.
Yeah, he's
I
just
do
a
not,
ranged
no.
fighter, though.
I mean, to be fair, the rogue I played in your 5e game, Robert, never stabbed anyone except for like on 2 occasions.
I'm just saying.
You could
No,
probably
yeah, no.
be a ranged rogue. I don't think they're like melee specific.
No, but you said
But,
quintessential.
Part of the thing with
Street
with-
was
we're
actually
starting,
built
we're
as a
starting.
gunslinger.
yeah.
Funny.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean,
All right,
Part
we're
of the thing
starting.
with
We're
sneak
starting. We
attack
got
is
off topic because you guys made me
Plan
hate
of view.
5e again. So, it is the next morning, finally, mercifully. Camp has been broken, and it is time to figure out what is next.
What are next?
What are
I
next?
think we just go down the river, find a place to ford it.
Yeah,
Maybe,
that was my plan.
yeah, seems it.
All right. So you're heading further down. You're going to follow the river. This would be
Further
eastwards.
into the woods,
All
yeah,
right.
eastwards to try to find somewhere to ford.
To
Alright.
For
grandmother's
Jord.
house we go. I'm sorry.
What'd you say?
To grandmother's house we go.
Let's move on. Let's mosey.
Over the river and through the woods.
Thank you, William.
Well, no. The problem is you can't go over the river. That's the
Well, the goal
entire
is to go
worry.
over the river and through the woods.
And we're off, and we go. We're leaving camp.
We're leaving. Do you want to maintain the? I believe it was a 13 I rolled last time for my wayfinding.
I did
or
say for
do
the
you want me
extent
to
of your
roll?
journey.
Very good.
All right.
Love to see it.
So Frey, I think like while they're going, Frey would like to, kind of come up alongside Samar. By the way, about last night, when that thing in the tent
Yeah,
get you?
yeah.
And you're
I'm-
sure you didn't heal yourself?
I'm pretty positive. I was down before I could. It was like a out of body experience. It was like I was there one moment and then the next I was watching my body get taken apart.
I'm not sure exactly how, but I think that might have been me.
Interesting. So it wasn't on purpose?
Oh no! Oh no! Absolutely, I did. Nope, I was just trying to get out of there. I just woke up and it was there, and you were there, and it was just
Yeah.
no. It wasn't anything I consciously did.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, I'm grateful. I definitely would be dead right now if it wasn't for that. So I don't know if it's. I know that you've mentioned you have some maybe complicated feelings about the things that you can do, but for what it's worth, A+ from me on this one. It was very helpful. I'd be dead otherwise, so thank you.
Don't think of it as something you can count on. Really, about anything I can do.
Fair enough. I mean, I'd rather be lucky than good, I think. So I'll take it.
All right then. And I think Frey is like, he's not trying to have like this conversation privately. He'll just say a little louder, and that goes for the rest of you as well.
I was distracted and didn't catch the specifics of what Frey was trying to say.
Oh, you out of character, in character, didn't catch
Out of
it.
character.
Okay. Frey was just talking to Samar about how, they had died but not died last night, and how he kind of thinks it was probably because of him, but also he didn't do it consciously, so please don't count on it being a thing you can rely on.
Okay. That's more than fine, Mr. Varrock. As long as we have the good Dr. Samar here, I'm sure we'll be A-okay. And remember, Dr. Samar, you know what happens if you die on this journey, don't you?
I mean, I don't know. I won't be here.
Well, it'd be a very unfortunate thing. I'd not get my nice drink, and you'd not get your next tent. He smiles at that. He gives a little smile.
You're right. That would be a tragedy.
Sorry, guys. You die on this journey. You die in real life.
Oh no.
Happens.
Ruh-roh.
I think that Garrett would be a little bit further ahead, double checking everything at this point. So he would not have heard this conversation, because he would have been doing his best to try to like range find a little further ahead to not only see if there's any dangers ahead, but to try to quickly lead through a path to get as far as we can, hopefully cross while it's still daylight.
Wonder if that would even work on me.
What was that?
That was Mira.
I don't. Did I miss what she was referring to?
The thing, the undeath thing.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, right. It's been that was a few like bits off. So
I mean, I suppose it comes down to the question of if you have a soul, a spirit, something that would continue on.
that's a pretty high concept.
Well, I mean, maybe it would be my sister instead of me.
That does seem like a likely possibility. I mean, not that I'm an expert or anything about. And he kind of just gestures to you, Mira, as a whole.
Not that I plan on dying. I'll try very hard to not die.
Yes, I'd very much prefer not having to experiment with this.
I do think I would turn to Frey and be like, you know, I know that we are headed to this place so that you can figure out what exactly is up with you. And I know you've mentioned that some of your abilities come from whatever it is that happened. Are you, if we find out and you break whatever this curse is, I guess, how do you feel about the fact that you might lose those abilities? Or do you maybe think that you won't?
Well, I don't know exactly where the line is between what is natural to me and what perhaps has been changed or given or maybe even enhanced in a way. Because the first sign of anything happened long before I met Captain Wallace. But on a very purely theoretical level, it would be much simpler if I could just go back to the way things were before.
I can certainly see the draw of a simple life.
Well, I would never have called my life simple in the first place, but it used to be far more pleasant.
Guess it'd be hard to be less pleasant than last night, so.
And now I'll be sleeping out under the stars, he says with a great deal of sarcasm.
All things considered, last night wasn't so bad. Sometimes you're not so lucky. Everyone survived after all.
That's true.
Did they though?
It is.
Did they really?
Lawrence does a quick head count before nodding to Frey. It would seem so.
Well. All I know is that from personal experience, touching death not leave you unaffected.
Well, if I start developing weird powers, then I'll let you know.
And you'll know where to draw the line?
If that happens. Sorry, what did Lawrence say?
And you'll know where to draw the line.
Well, I mean, I'll know what I could do beforehand, at least.
Lawrence shrugs, not having any further anything more to add to that.
Yeah.
Well, on a slightly more pleasant topic, but one that is also personally very distressing. Is anybody good with a needle and thread? My sleeve is rather torn to shreds.
I've knitted a few wounds closed and mended some of my own items on occasion. I think he gestures to his jacket, which has been slightly mended since the fight the previous night. Of course, it's very obviously mended.
Well, I think I could perhaps use some pointers. Or a seamstress.
Might be a bit before you get the ladder.
I mean, I can only really use one hand right now, but I can do a little.
Heard a tale once of a seamstress who used her feet to sew. One who lost her arms in during the Black Sun.
Well, Mira, unless you truly wish to practice with your feet, I wouldn't mind trying it myself and maybe just getting some pointers.
Sure, I can show you what I know.
Thank you. Perhaps at camp tonight, with any luck, it will be a much quieter one.
Hopefully.
All right.
Jump scare.
Love the jump scare. Don't know why it's happening. Must be a Foundry 12 thing. I have no idea. I'll test it and figure it out some point. So
Someday.
Frey, you are going to try and fix this up yourself?
Yeah.
Was I not going to help? As best I could?
Yeah, with Mira being his teacher.
Okay. All right. In that case, Mira, I would like you to give me an int work to try and explain it.
Do that.
All right, Frey, you're gonna get a +1 to this dexterity work.
Okay. Five.
This labor's far too manual for Frey, unfortunately. Try as you might, Frey. Like, it's not that you're not able to patch it, it's just that it doesn't look good. It's kind of messed up. It gets like, you know, anything you do, it's like it's too tight, not tight enough. Now there's still a hole there. Like, even without perfectionism, it is just... It is a learned skill that Frey has not learned.
Yeah, at one point, Frey just kind of like drops his cloak down in frustration, or his shirt down in frustration. It looks terrible.
Well, everything worth doing takes practice.
If I may recommend practicing on something less important. We probably have some
Well,
like
if you would
scraps
like
of
to,
cloth or
off-
various things, right? We can just.
I mean, I'm sure you guys have plenty of tattered cloth and bandages and
Yeah.
things.
Yeah,
Right.
Lawrence will hand some over.
All right, yeah, I guess Frey will practice stitching together some bandages.
Ugh. Alrighty. And you guys continue to walk. Are you going to be following Garrett or waiting for him to go ahead? Like, is he... I assume wayfinding he's going to be at least a couple hundred paces ahead, but otherwise, you guys are just going to keep on keeping on?
The way I see it, we're kind of going at a steady pace, and Garrett's moving forward for it, and like occasionally coming back, giving us new like directions on like
Yeah.
the route to take.
Yeah, especially out here. That is that's about how wayfinding goes. So, otherwise, Garrett, you continue to follow, and after maybe an hour, it seems just as intense, just as wide. No more bridges, nothing. And, yeah. Perhaps it's the, each turn of the river, each rock you step over, each bank of mud you get your boots stuck in, just makes you more and more convinced that there's a reason that that spot had a bridge on it. Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
All right.
getting everyone across, like, if you get one person across, it won't be too bad because you can always, you know, tie a rope to a tree. You guys kind of discussed that, but there is the
donkey.
There is the donkey in the room.
Right.
I'm not talking about William Stevenson. Sorry, I doxed you again.
Rude.
Wait,
So
did we not leave Henrietta in the previous city?
No.
No, you
we
left the cart.
wagon.
She's able to like traverse
right,
with
right,
that just
yes,
with the cart.
yes.
Yeah,
would
just
do.
Yeah.
the cart was the thing.
correct.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's no way you
that
were
makes
convincing
sense.
Frey to carry his own tent.
Yeah. Checks out.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So after that, I'll tell everyone. All right. I think that area was basically the only area to really cross.
You'd never
We're gonna have
get.
to figure out how to ford there.
You'd never get your donkey across that way.
Well, we can't just leave her here either.
We can give
Can
a few
she-
more days heading this way. See if we can
She
find something
swim?
better.
We could try following it, but I'm getting the sense that specifically is where that you know, like you don't just build a bridge randomly. You build it there because that's the easiest place to cross.
I mean, logic dictates at some point it would be easier. It's a question of where that is
How
and if
far
you
out
want
of
to
the
risk
way.
days out of the way for the hopes that you find it.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing to consider is that bridges are built where it's convenient.
Down.
Given the mountain ranges in the area, that could have been the this would could have been an old path that was taken.
Yeah, no, it was an old path. I would have pointed that out, that this was that's why the bridge was there. We were on a path
Right.
until we got to the bridge. Yeah. So
I still think, especially with the prospect of there being more of those things, it might be best to just give it a few days.
all right. Well, if you're the one with the curse,
Not the only.
well, one of the ones with the curse, I guess, is a better way to put it. Is everyone else okay with going around several days here, going deeper in, or do we want to try to figure out how to cross at the bridge?
I mean, it feels like those things aren't going to be around during the day. I feel like there must be some way we can cross at the at the bridge, even if not using the bridge. How far across was the river again?
It was like 25, 30 feet.
Yeah.
Can we not maybe like knock down a tree or something?
I mean, we could
25, 30
take
feet
down
is not
several
that
trees
long.
and make like a raft and try to cross that way, but that doesn't sound like it would end very well.
It'll still be a challenge to get your donkey across.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't know. It feels more. I don't know. I mean, that still feels like a better bet to me than just traveling for several days and hoping we find something better. But
Robert, the time frame was 2 months.
I'm not a.
What was that?
The time frame was 2 months, wasn't it?
A month.
It's not a month.
Wasn't it? I thought it was 2 months.
It's not a month.
I would have to go back and double check exactly what.
I'm
what
pretty
he
sure
said.
it's 2 months.
I think he said originally 1 month, and then we're like, that it's going to take longer than that, and he's like, okay, 2 months.
Yeah,
but
I will
if you
go
wanna
back and double check.
that.
Yeah. Somebody just needs to remind me after the session.
And we're only, what, like a week into this so far?
Yeah.
Week and a half?
Yeah, I believe a week counting your shopping.
I mean, we have the time.
I have in my notes the beginning of Falloway, because if we don't return with the book, Wallace will take it out on Gary.
Yeah, so yeah, it was 2 months then, yeah. So, yeah, you guys do have time.
Yeah.
Well, like a month and a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we knew for sure that there was going to be a better option further down, then maybe. I don't know. I mean, I'm not the expert here. If you guys both think that that'd be a better option, that's fine. Just seems like traveling for several days because we can't get 30 feet seems like there must be a better option, but
How
maybe I'm
about a third option? Ask me.
Do you want to try to draw for it?
I may be able to give us some guidance.
seems
It's a good
good.
idea.
Why don't we take a couple of minutes and see what you can find with that?
It might take more than a couple of minutes. It's a scene-long ritual.
I mean,
So maybe take a rest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can. Yes, yeah, we can break out food and stuff.
Henrietta
Yeah,
has
time for
already
lunch.
meandered away from the river and is eating grass under a tree about 20 feet nearby.
Time for lunch.
It's an early lunch, like 10 a.m.
It's fine.
Oh, all right, so Frey, it's time to do the funny, huh?
Yeah, so Frey is going to, he's gonna find a good spot to, settle down, set up some incense to burn from his store of ritual supplies he brought with him. And he is going to start laying out the cards to represent the question he wants to ask, which is... Let me see. Petitioner proposes a course of action. PC will get an impression whether the course of action will lead to success or failure.
Then I think you should do the bridge as your primary intent there.
Okay. Yeah, so the question will be, if we return to the bridge, will we find a way to cross? With Henrietta as well.
And if you would please give me a blind GM charisma perform.
All right.
So this is Frey using cards.
Yeah.
I think Lawrence will ask. I think he'll make sure Garrett's around to hear the question, but it's not specifically directed at Garrett. Do you all often use cards to decide your course of action?
One of Frey's abilities is that they do seem to have a limited sense of ability to touch the weave of the future, I guess, to put it in some sense of a terms that make sense.
He knows what he's doing.
Lawrence will acquiesce, not having any way to dispute this. And
I think like Summer like recognizes that you're like making a reasonable point and is like, to be clear, if I was the one drawing the cards, I wouldn't believe it either. So it's not that the cards are magic; it's that Frey has some abilities.
Alright. And you watch as Frey sets everything up, reads the cards, and burns the incense, and in the end, Frey, the wind turns, pulling you back towards the direction from whence you came, the bridge.
All right. Yeah, Frey is deep in some kind of in a meditation for a while, and in a brief moment when his eyes do open, there's like this just faint like pale blue glow to them. And when he comes out of it, he just starts quietly gathering up the cards. I can't tell you how we would find the way to cross, but I think the bridge is the way to go.
All right. It would take multiple days, and we don't even know if there is a easier crossing further downriver if we continue this way. I'm willing to try to find something back at the bridge. If we set up camp again, we are going to want to move further back from the river, hopefully, so we don't have another run-in with whatever those were.
Yes, that would definitely be preferred. Just to clarify from my reading, I don't know how we will cross, but I am confident we will find a way to.
I've worked with wood here and there. When there's a leak, everyone has to contribute, of course. Though, can't say I'm exactly a carpenter by any means.
I've chopped down and delimbed a tree or two, so we'll see what we need to do, but it's been a little bit since I've had to do that.
I can definitely knock down a tree or two.
With one hand? No offense, Mira, but
I think I could.
I don't want to strain your other hand while it's still healing, your other arm while it's still healing.
I could. I think I could.
Miss Tyrell, conventional wisdom dictates that you should rest if you are injured.
I could do it. Really,
No one is questioning that.
Maybe we can weaken one of the trees, chop through it to some extent, and then you can try to punch it once it's been weakened a bit.
mean, if we have axes, we might as well use them. Well, you might as well use them. I don't think that'll be much help with cutting a tree down.
Convenient.
For the record, Frey did put an explosion on a tree and knock it down by blowing it up. Frey did effortlessly cut a tree down.
Yeah, well, Frey didn't yell timber, and Mira got squashed.
Yeah,
Why
someone.
do you guys
That is-
believe me that I can punch down a tree? I can do it.
Hey, Lauren said no one doesn't disbelieve her. It's just that you're fucking missing an arm.
Well, the arm's physically attached and re-secured as if nothing happened to it, but yeah.
So she wasn't gonna punch it with two arms. Like, I think she was just gonna punch it down anyway. So
With one arm, yeah. No, Garrett would know you could do it, but it's like you're hurt. We don't want to have to put extra strain on you if we don't have to, because we don't know if that will slow down the healing process.
So, reticent, you guys turn back around. Henrietta is not less than enthused, but she's definitely wanting to move around more. And like a dog that is bored of going on the same walk, doesn't seem super interested in treading back on terrain she's already went through. But she does so, dutifully
We had more
and
of those blue
accepting.
mushrooms. She liked those.
And yeah.
Do we have any
After-
trouble getting back, or?
Now, after about an hour, you are back at the river where the bridge is, where you nearly died the night before.
I would like to examine the bridge closer and see if my woodcrafty mind can come up with a way to either not necessarily extend the bridge, but use maybe some trees or whatever and add them to the bridge or so. I don't know. I guess, but maybe using the bridge as a foundation for an additional temporary bridge or something, if that would make it easier to span the water with trees versus trying to do it right at ground level. Or does what I'm saying make sense? Or
Yeah.
Okay.
So you
while he's doing that,
go ahead.
can I also, since we already have one knockdown tree, just to test, can I just see how well Henrietta can balance on the tree?
Yeah. That's fine. Real quick, just
And
in
or if I can
case.
even convince her to try.
Just in case. I'm gonna go ahead and
Oh
get
my
you
God,
guys all
we're
back here. It's daytime now.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a quick addition.
Okay.
I think Lawrence would just say, Mr. Strieg, it would put my mind at ease if we had someone dedicate themselves to keeping an eye out during this little venture. Would you mind doing so?
I was fully planning on it.
He will simply nod and go to assist Garrett with the bridge machinations.
So Strieg is just gonna kind of patrol up and down the water the whole time and keep an eye out on everything.
Strieg,
Bridge
wisdom
master, what
notice,
now?
please.
And Freya's going to sit down and practice his needlework.
All right. All right. So while Strieg patrols, Frey sits, Garrett examines, Larry helps.
I will coach Frey unless I'm needed to knock down a tree.
All right, that's fine.
Don't worry, Dad Brigade's here.
All right, so
So, Lawrence, I'm
case-
thinking
oh, go ahead.
if out of all of us, the person who would be best suited to getting quickly across the river would probably be Mira. As you now know, she doesn't technically need to breathe. So theoretically, even if she gets sucked underwater, she could walk across the bottom if she could keep her feet.
It assumes there are not creatures in that would hold her fast without.
That is
second
assuming
arm
that,
to-
yes. That is yes. Part of me is wondering if we were to chop down some trees, tie a rope to it, have the other end of the rope brought over by her to the other end of the river, and have her drag the tree across the bridge a couple times, we could make a temporary bridge like that. Alternatively, we can try to, because my biggest issue is that we've got 25 feet 30 feet to cross here, and even if we carry the tree on this end, it won't be supported on the other end, so pushing it across, it'll dip down into the river the further we try to push it across.
Yeah, some ropes tied to the other end would certainly help.
Now
Let's bear
I
in mind
have
that all of the wood we'll be working with will be untreated, so whatever we're making will be very temporary.
That's not necessarily a problem. Hopefully we'll be back in time to cross back this way without it being an issue. I've got about 110 feet of rope in my equipment that we can use for this. The other thing I was thinking again was if we take down a couple of trees, maybe 2 or 3, and lash them together, maybe trying to push them across the river. But again, I'm just worried that the river will try to take them downstream. So those are just kind of my thought processes.
For height, the trees vary between, I would say, 15, 20 feet on the short end to the bigger ones, probably 50, 60 feet.
Is there one of the larger ones nearest to the river?
Like, what
there's
about,
a couple of huge ones on the other side.
Thanks.
But what about, like, say, this tree right here? How tall is that one?
Probably one of the smaller ones, about 15, 20 feet. The biggest one on the map, I'd say, is probably this one here, over on the right.
Okay.
This map looks so much worse during the day. I did design it to look good at night, but still.
It looks fine.
It looks good.
No, there's a lot of shit
It looks
wrong
better
with
than I could make.
Like right here,
we get some
this
of
is
the
supposed to
60
be
feet
under the
ones.
dock.
Guys, don't be nice to him. Say mean things.
Yeah, this is supposed to be under the dock right here, and it's not.
I do see that it's kind of on top of it. Yeah.
I had redone something last minute, and I forgot to clean up the watercoloring over here.
Yep. That's all right.
But I digress.
If we get some of the 60 feet trees, then like they should, like there'll be enough weight on the part that's still on land that we should be able to push it across, I think, for what it's worth.
Are these two sides level?
You mean the sides of the bridge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so if we were to theoretically put a plank straight across here, it would be completely level going from here to here. It's not like we could push it off and it would drop down a little bit and hit the other side. It'd be like a ramp. It would just be flat.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least relatively. I mean, you can't say it would be 100% flat, but close to it.
Right.
I just had to account for a scenario where, like, someone's, like, got an ability where they can't walk on perfectly flat land or something. I don't know.
Fuck. Why don't we try that with one tree? Bring it down and try to bring it over. We may need to use your donkey for moving it.
Okay. So you want to bring it across this bridge here?
Yes.
Okay.
If we're able to do that, we can then tie it to the posts here and hopefully keep it in place. And if we do want, if that's possible, we could feasibly do one more, tie it as well, and that should make for a relatively stable crossing for at least one person. Then if they could bring some rope to the other side and tie it to what remains there, that might give us what we need.
I definitely have enough rope that I'm thinking maybe if we secure, if we're able to lasso, for lack of a better word, across to here, to this post, we could secure a line here and then almost sort of loop it. No, that wouldn't really work. I was just trying to like make like this into a pulley where like the rope kind of comes down this side like that, swings around, and then comes up the inward side, and then tying a log to that and pulling that across so it at least keeps the end up. But yeah, first things first, we got to cut down a tree.
One of the like 30, 35 feet ones.
Yeah. That would be like what?
Yeah, like this
one?
Yeah, like that one would probably be good.
Okay.
We'll trade off on using the hatchet so the two can get like adequate breaks.
Yep. Time to chippy chop it down.
I mean, hello?
Mira, would you like... If Mira wanted to go punch down a tree while they were occupied, they wouldn't be able to stop her.
Pull a gun on her quick.
I guess maybe at some point she would sidle up and like ask if there was another one that they had in mind.
Like, yo, what tree were you thinking about cutting down next?
Yeah, you know, not for any specific reason. I don't want to be helpful or anything.
I mean, maybe this yellow one here, I think, would probably be about the same size as the red one. Or would that be yes, no, shorter, longer?
Probably about the same size, maybe a little bit shorter. Probably good enough, though.
Yeah, we'll probably take this yellow one down here next. It would point over at that. I'm going to move myself over next to the tree to chippy chop it.
Well, you know what I'm gonna do, Robert.
All right. So as you guys begin with this hatchet, back and forth, Mira heads over to the other tree, and a moment
emasculating
later, you hear this incredibly loud crack. And the tree splinters, and with the force of it, literally outside of about the bottom 2 feet, the rest of it gets shoved forward before cracking and falling directly behind Lawrence. And at about 30 feet, let me see here.
I mean, I would try to point it in a direction that is not in the direction of, you know, people.
Okay. I mean, so like this way?
I mean,
That's
I
pretty
guess
not
that
in
would
the
probably,
direction of people.
yeah, that might make it harder to drag over to the river, maybe.
Yeah. So
But
You just
I'd rather
still gotta-
not hurt anyone.
we still got to delimit a bit so that the leaves and stuff don't cause issues, the bigger branches, while dragging it.
Well, just tell us what direction Mira knocks it over in, and we'll deal with the consequences.
I guess in this direction. There's no people over there.
all right.
Mira knocks it directly on top of Lawrence because he's telling her no.
A moment later, as you hear this crack, Lawrence, you turn and you see where Mira has followed through with a punch. The tree shifted, only leaving the bark on the far side. As it cracks and falls, slamming hard, Henrietta like jumps up and darts towards towards the river a little bit, just like running, like, oh shit! And then the tree has been felled.
Ship, oh ship.
Yeah, Frey like almost falls off his stump.
She smiles sheepishly.
He takes a minute, but Lauren's like, good doctor. Dr. Samar. I believe your patient is not taking their bed rest seriously.
I'm just.
It's clearly a joke. It's clearly a joke with how he says it.
Yeah. Samar's just like, I mean, I'd stop her, but I think she might overpower me.
Truly a conundrum.
Well, what do you say we go about delimbing that one?
Great.
I could maybe do the other one too, if it would be faster.
How much progress have we made in this?
It's been like 5 minutes. This tree's probably gonna take 3 or 4 hours to chop down.
Lawrence, let someone else make the call.
Yeah, Lawrence, why don't we go get to work delimbing this? I have my own hatchet. If you want to take one side of the tree and I take the other, we can start lopping off limbs.
Lawrence will nod and begin working.
Nice.
So we'll leave it to Mira to bring that other tree down, and I'll start delimbing it.
That one can go toward the river.
A
Done.
moment later. Sorry, I don't have a still good tree icon, so you're getting post delimb.
Yeah.
A moment later, you have 2 downed trees.
I don't know
I have
how
a wood
else
axe. I will try to delimb this one as well.
Hey, Robert,
I don't know
Where's
how
your
else
strength?
to commit the effort other
Yeah.
than just like pressing the button again.
You can also just edit your... Can't you? Oh my god, no, you can't edit your effort anymore.
I look.
Huh. Okay, well, yeah, you just have to click it twice. That's fine.
Hey, Robert, where
Which is annoying. Sorry.
where are people? Where do logs come from? Where do people do logging?
For a second there, I thought logs come from trees.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Like nearby or in general, or
Like anyone known for their exporting of logs and timber?
Oakheim's a big one.
Where's
Barmore
that?
Glen has some. Oakheim is it's honestly not far from Riverstone. It's you can't see it, but it's just north of Dalliford, between Dalliford and the Silver Fortune.
Robert on his fucking Lawrence, who am I?
Thanks.
Would comment on his way over to the down tree. There would be some loggers jealous out of Oakheim, you said?
Yeah, Oakheim.
Oakheim for such an ability.
I bet they would. It probably would take them quite some time, though. There's probably a lot more of them chopping away at it too than just the 2 of us.
Better tools as well.
Yeah.
It's so funny to be like, wow, Mira cut down 2 trees in 10 minutes, and they're both like, yeah, I mean, we'd do it pretty quickly too if we had some better tools or more of us. Like,
Well,
it's not.
realistically, she cut him down in about 2 or 3 minutes.
I know.
Oh. They just need better tools. They could keep up. Oh.
I mean, she can only do it twice a day. I mean, I guess that's more than most people.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, realistically, if Lawrence and Garrett worked all day, they could also probably do it twice a day.
Yeah, exactly.
Do I get my health back from sleeping, or?
Yes, you get your health equal to your hit die or level. So
Okay. Do I need to roll? Because I'm only missing 3 health.
no, you're full then. I will double check. You recover your level or hit die and lost hit points and lose 1 system strain. So yeah.
Or 2, if you have a doctor.
2, if you have a doctor, yeah.
Yep. We get to work on them trees.
All right.
Just two men cutting trees in limbs.
Samar's
from those
also
trees.
helping.
2.5 men.
Okay.
3 people delimbing trees.
Oh, all right.
Is Mira over there snapping branches off with her one hand?
She just holds it up and clotheslines them off while running down.
She does it with the broken arm just to prove that it's not broken.
I mean, since you said I should rest, maybe I should, go back to teaching Frey about embroidery or whatever.
Oh, I never deleted that.
That's fair enough.
So, I would like from everyone who is helping, I would like con exert. This is not strength. This is about how long you can keep doing it.
Oh.
Okay, maybe I should help. I'll help.
Got that -1 to it.
There you go.
5. I'm gonna re-roll that because I can't.
Yes, that is definitely not going to be helping you, Garrett. And then Lawrence. My God! My God!
We're not too good at this one, huh?
Oh.
We should just sit back and direct Mira on it.
It is.
Can it be con word?
Pop open a beer. Start giving orders.
Can I invoke my my sailing skill here instead? Profits would work. It's established.
Not in this case.
I like the difference.
Streak is
between the
enjoying
best
this
roll.
immensely.
I like the difference between the best roll being a 12 and the second best roll being literally half that.
Being mediocre as hell. The person who came closest to dying is doing fine. Everyone else, oh boy.
But no, Summer came closest to dying like twice.
And you came a luck save away from dying.
I guess.
Anyway, so the
Like
next
dying, yeah.
couple of hours, Mira, after a little while, you can see that they're struggling. This is definitely not Samar's cup of tea. Lawrence looks exhausted, like almost immediately. Either he's very good at keeping up appearances, or last night's fight took a lot more out of him than anyone's willing to admit, but either way, the chopping continues. Garrett doing his best, but perhaps age is getting the better of him, and his days of hard manual labor in the sun have come to an end. But Mira, you feel great. You occasionally they trade off. You get max, you just start chopping. Ain't no exhaustion for Mira.
She is feeling positive because her fingers wiggled.
Yeah, you could hold something very light. You don't really have any grip strength to speak of, but you can kind of move your wrist. Your fingers can kind of grip something, and you can't really lift your arm. No. But otherwise, the next few hours are you guys chopping all of the major branches, mostly getting exhausted and waiting and watching Mira chop these branches. As perhaps Lurks was not too far off with your guys' manual, with Mira being the manual labor. What did you say? Make a wish, kid?
I look over, Garrett looks over at Lawrence, and he's like, if I was more concerned with my appearance as a man than actually being a man, I would feel very bad about myself right now.
You shouldn't. She's a literal construct.
Luckily, appearances matter very little out in the wild like this.
Indeed.
Oh. God. And after a couple of hours, it's probably 1, 2 p.m. when you guys finally get done, and oh boy. Thank God Mira doesn't really sweat or anything because her clothes are already tattered and she should look like absolute shit. But instead, she just looks like Mira. Though her clothes now also have a lot of just torn up just bits of detritus and occasionally bugs and all of these very, like, where, like, smashing it and tearing them off, you would, like, grab at a branch that you've chopped fish, tearing it, and the leaves would just kind of turn into mush from where you're, like, gripping them and pulling them. And then when you would have to, like, fix your dress or your cloak or something, you would just start wiping that, like, greenish mush that comes out from, like, all of these leaves being mushed together and just kind of, like, all over you. But Mira gets it done.
It is what it is.
Well, I think we've got these delimbed enough. Let's take a quick break to eat some food, and then we'll see about getting them dragged over and across the bridge here.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so you guys take another break and spend a little while dragging them over. I'm not gonna make you roll for that. It's gonna take a hot minute, but not forever. But you get them over to the bridge, and wait. Oh, look at those sizes, lovely. Sorry, I only have one knockdown tree ready to go.
That's okay. Alright, so we get them over. Alright. Now, everyone, what we're going to do is we're going to get over and behind, and we're going to push and try to get it all the way across without it getting stuck in the water.
Okay.
Should we not tie them together first, or?
Oh, maybe we should tie them together. Or would that make it more difficult?
I believe tying together using some of the bits that are still sticking out, then maybe we can use your donkey to assist in the labor.
Well, she'd have to pull them.
Right. So you'd need to do it from the ropes.
Right, so she would have to be on the other side, is what I'm saying, if she's going to pull them across the river.
Not necessarily. Lawrence kind of points like, we could
if we
tie a rope here and then tie a rope to her from here. Then we can be on this side pulling from this end. Though the coordination, someone might have to be with her in order to make sure it's all at the same time, same pace.
I think I see what you're saying. Yes.
I know what you were saying earlier, the pulley system.
Yeah, he's kind of saying that we pull it forward, where instead of pulling it forward by the front here, we pull it. We kind of
push from the back while
we
you
push
also
from the back by pulling at a weird angle. Yeah,
and then you have another rope here that will wrap around this, and then Henrietta's over here pulling it.
Yeah. Let's get to it then.
Right on. So you guys get to it. Since there's no chance of failure or anything like that, it may take a couple of tries, but Garrett, you are able to essentially, attach a heavy rock around the rope, throw it, and then you're still holding both sides. You pull them, and you guys are able to use some rope to tie it together and get your contraption set up.
Do you need anything for like the ropes or anything like that, or
for tying the ropes? No, you are not in any hurry, and I assume that especially with Lawrence, tying ropes is not something that.
Larry tied a goddamn great rope, let me tell you.
Yeah. So, no. What I am going to need are the strength exert checks when you guys get started.
All right, and I already used my reroll for the day. I just want to point that out.
Well, your reroll for the seed.
For the seed.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. So,
Ray does ask if you all want him to help.
Many hands make light loads, as they say.
We're gonna want everyone to help.
Is Frey gonna
Yes,
be
I
on
was gonna say
Henrietta duty?
Street was also gonna help.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
I don't imagine I will be very useful, but I will try.
We can do it, team.
All right, strength exert from everyone and who's commanding Henrietta?
Whoever would be the
Frey
weakest
should
looking.
command
Okay, I
Henrietta.
get it. I'll be Frey.
Frey
Frey
has
gets out of it. Oh,
Frey has a good rapport with Henrietta.
alrighty.
Not bad.
Pretty
Wow, look
bad.
at us coming
Pretty
together.
bad.
Pretty
Do I
bad.
have to
These are
roll
pretty
something
bad.
for
Those
Henrietta?
are moderate rolls. Come on, Robert. Those
Um,
are not awful.
So when they get started, I am going to need you to give me a. Henrietta's pretty easygoing, but you are gonna have to like convince her to essentially run with everything she's got, pulling full tilt at a very specific timing to get this going. So I'm gonna need a wisdom ride.
Well, okay.
Believe in the dream.
Are the cards?
All right. And
This is not
so
horrendous.
now Henrietta gets a skill check. And you know what? Yeah, she'll also get a +1 because Frey. It's supposed to be +3. I don't know why it didn't show up.
So that's a 6 + 3, so that's a 9.
I am
good.
gonna re-roll because it didn't show up. I believe I've been doing
Okay.
that. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. That's how I've been doing it. If it doesn't show up, I force a re-roll.
No, that's how you've been doing it. That's
Okay.
fair.
Yeah.
So +3. Okay, well,
Yes.
Frey, you watch and they're like 1, 2, 3, heave, and they're like, you know, practicing. They get ready. Finally, like, Garrett's giving you the nod. They start pushing. Mira is right there with these two tied logs as they start shoving with everything they've got. Gloves, like, I assume everyone's wearing gloves. You're still getting
Oh, yeah.
scrapes on your hands and arms from this. It was not, these are not perfectly smooth. Your hands and arms are going to be scraped and itchy all fucking day.
Well,
Grabbing
some
onto
of the-
anything you can.
The ropes being tied were like they were tied also around some of the little bits
Yeah.
that are sticking off the sides, so that was
Yeah.
kind of relied on that. So yeah.
So you guys push with everything you've got. At the same time, Frey, you unleash Henrietta, who immediately starts darting due away, like perfect 180 degrees away from the river, and just running with everything she's got. You guys push, and all of a sudden, all of the weight feels like it gives way as they pretty much fly across. You hear this loud cracking sound, and the old pillar that was the piling that was being used, that you wrapped the rope that Henrietta was pulling around, shatters and gives way, leaving this one jammed about halfway and leaning down into the water, the other one all the way across.
Well, it's a good thing we tied them together.
Yeah. They are tied together still. Some of the rope came loose. You can see where it's like been frayed.
Hey.
But otherwise, they are still technically together.
All right. Are they together enough that Henrietta would be willing to cross it without freaking out?
Only one way to find out. Also
Quick,
realistically.
the rope. Let's get the one in place as much as we can.
And since this one is in the water, you are on a time limit at this point. Like, they are like getting pulled.
Yep.
And you would gather that losing that piling, the stability of what's left of the far dock is probably severely in question.
All right. We gotta go. Boogity, boogity,
Alright.
boogity.
If given the rope, Lawrence will try to keep this side like in place by tying it further, in onto the bridge.
Onto
this
the other
side.
pilings.
On this side, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I will
Trying to
give you-
hold it
yeah,
together.
sure. We'll give you some rope for it.
All right. Now, Lawrence, this you're on speed for, so I am going to need a good old dexterity work. How fast can Lawrence tie some good damn rope?
We'll see. We'll see. Moderately.
Moderately. It's okay.
Moderately.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
people are starting to cross.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Wait, this is way more action than this. Let me go ahead and just give me something. There we go. This is too exciting. You guys chopped down trees and now you're crossing a bridge that you made. This is exciting.
Yeah, we chopped down trees. There wasn't anything else that happened. We chopped down trees.
Yeah. Anyway, so who's going first?
Garrett would probably go first just to show that it's not completely crappy to cross.
It's not a death sentence.
Yeah.
All right. Garrett, I would like you to give me a dexterity exert. Garrett crosses with no
There we
problem.
go.
You can see once you get over to the other side, this whole side is going to be going soon. Like, the rope is coming undone. It being in the rushing water of the river, time is not on your side for how long this is going to be lasting.
Can I do anything to attempt to stabilize it with some more rope? Or have we used all 110 feet?
You might need someone who can like actually pull the one out of the river to circumvent that time limit or something.
Hey, you know, if Mira comes across, she could lift it up from the top of the bridge, one-handed.
I will come next.
All right, Mira, go ahead and give me a dex exert. And you are carrying all your things with you across as well, right?
Yeah.
Presumably.
It's really fun because I actually have a fucking HP total for the bridge right now I'm tracking.
Oh boy. Damn, big.
And Mira gets over no problem at all being able to get to the other side. And you can see what Garrett's pointing out, where pretty much all of it is ready to go. The rope is loose and like hanging, and now you can see where the longer tree is just banging up against the shorter one. And each time it pulls away, it's like pulling it little by little.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, I'll go across next, I guess.
Is Mira not going to attempt anything to fix that situation first? Or?
Sure. Yeah, I will try
pick
to
it up and put it onto the bridge.
All right. Go ahead and give me a strength exert.
Bam!
You begin lifting, and as you do, you're like lifting this heavy fucking thing, and you are now feeling the wood under you starting to crack and give way.
Oh no.
Hurry up.
Be quick.
I don't know how long it's going to hold.
So you have essentially replaced the piling at this point, supporting the far one.
Oh boy. Okay.
Hoping someone else will get the donkey because he's not too good at that kind of thing. Larry will try to make his way.
All right. You know how wildly easy this would be if you had Rowan to just let you fly across?
Or
Satan.
to make it so that we can run across the water.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So, Lords, go ahead and give me a dex exert.
He's got his sea leg. This will be easy. That's not bad.
8, you walk. It's a little awkward because at one point, like, you start to stumble and, like, you're not worried about falling, but you can see that Mira is literally physically holding up the right one, and, like, that's the one that you have to put, like, your weight on for a second, and obviously, like, she's holding this up one-handed. She's doing everything she can, but it's, like, wobbling, and you can see, like, you hear a crack again, but you're able to make it across. Not a problem. Mira, at this point...
Lawrence will join Garrett in the roping on this side to try to increase stability.
All right. Mira, I would like a strength into it.
Okay.
Oh boy. You can completely feel where there is now what seems to be the head of a nail or something digging into your left boot, and like as you like start to move it, you can see where the weight of you holding this and the amount of water damage and age on this dock or on this bridge, the wood is no longer supporting you. It's just the cross, like it's just a single, like, vertical crossbar that you're standing on. The wood around that nail has faded out from where you've been holding it. It's getting fucking close. Like...
Well...
Next.
Okay. I guess I'll go.
All
I
right.
know for sure I'm about to fail this. Yeah, there it is.
Samar,
I
you
felt it in my bones. I
do
felt it in my bones.
everything you can to run across, like, you have that mixture of, I need to be quick, but I also need to not slip. But I need to be quick, but I need to not slip. Like, fighting back and forth in your head.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the conflicting thoughts and you trying to focus, combined with the fact that the right one is starting to get wet, your foot slips, all of your weight goes onto the right log, and immediately, Mira, I need a physical save.
Okay. Well...
You hold with everything you've got, and you finally your arm slips, and like there's just nothing for you to grip onto from where you're holding it, and the right one completely falls in. I am going to need from Samar a physical save.
Physical save?
Yes.
Okay. Damn.
Samar, you are now holding on to this in the water. Mira, the plank below you has shattered, and you are essentially holding on as well, like halfway, like onto an old, like tattered 100-year-old frayed rope.
Okay.
Garrett,
I'm right
Lawrence,
next to Mira.
you
Can I
two
help pull her
are the
out?
only thing keeping the other side from getting pulled in because the rope is still held on. It's just loosened at this point. So the right one is starting to pull the left one in. But you guys are keeping that from happening.
Old firm, Mr. Viacourt. Old firm.
So we can't help Mira. I just want to verify that.
If you want to trust
Without
Lawrence
letting
to
go.
hold the other one, he can try if you want to grab Mira.
Listen,
I will keep holding the rope.
All right.
Mira's a strong girl.
You know what? Let's go ahead and just... This is getting really fucking intense. Way more intense than I was expecting it to. Oh, boy.
Crank that music up.
Am I still above water?
You are... Your chest is above water. But, like, your legs aren't. You're, like, kicking at things and, like, trying to hold on. At the same time, I would like to know what Strieg and Frey and, I guess, Henrietta by extension are doing.
I think Frey was trying to start like leading Henrietta towards the logs, but seeing them start to come apart, he panics, backpedals a little, and Samar, hurry up, get across. Should I still come? Should we still come?
I don't think we should go right now.
Now or never.
Unless we chop down another tree on this side and shove it across from this side.
or find a way to stabilize this one.
Right. If we cut the rope, this tree would go away with Samar on it.
Ooh.
But this one would stabilize.
All right, quick choices here. Frey, Strieg, quick choices.
I am
Same
not
time that
crossing
Samar's
that.
getting yanked in.
I think here the ones who can take action are really Mira and Samar.
All right, Mira, you're not in the water, but like you are like in between a couple of the planks, like up to like nearly your neck from the bridge.
I mean, can I keep trying to hold it?
I mean, like grabbing onto like the rope that's holding the two together and see if you can hold that.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me another strength exert. See if you can reach out, grab a rope, and You reach out and grab onto the rope, and like you've got like your legs locked onto the dock while you're like leaning into the water now, like over it as you're like pulling yourself up and holding onto the rope with everything you've got, which is assuaging a little bit of the pull and making it so hopefully it'll be a little bit easier. Samar, what are you doing?
I mean, I would love to try to climb up.
Okay, give me a strength exert.
Yeah, my forte.
And you are able to essentially like climb up but not like stand or anything, and you're just awkwardly like straddling this fucking log as you're pulling yourself over to the other side.
Great. I would love, yeah, I'll go as far as I possibly can. Try to get over there.
All right. I will say you are still being battered by water at this point, and it's actually getting worse because this is where it's in the lake. If you could also give me another physical save to make sure you don't fall back off on your way over.
Believe.
Woo!
Nice.
You make it. Exhausted, beaten, a little bloody, very bruised. Your arm is fucking sore as shit where you fell in and slammed it against. It hit your funny bone. Your entire right arm is like numb and you can't feel it. But you have made it across. Frey, Strieg.
Okay, so when Samar was testing Henrietta earlier on a fallen log, how did Henrietta do on a single log?
She did okay. I will say that is the best I think I could say. She was able to, but it was very slow going.
At this point, we either cut the ropes now that Samar's off the log and let it go. Hopefully it doesn't take out the bridge when it goes. And then we can take our time getting across it without it being a big issue, or you gotta go quick.
I think Frey is starting to pull Henrietta towards the bridge, but I don't think I can get her over quickly.
So Henrietta goes over, you're right behind her. What
Was
do you
Mira
do?
able to recover her situation, or?
What's that? Yes, Mira. So Mira is like holding, she's still like with her one arm holding the rope, like trying to pull it so there's less tension of the second tree trunk pulling on the first one.
Mira, cut the line on this side. Cut the logs from each other. Same to you all. Sorry, he would have yelled Miss Tyrell.
I don't have.
I have a wood axe.
I have an evil dumb knife. That's the only knife I have.
Use the evil dumb knife, it'll cut.
I have a wood axe. I'll use it.
All right, Samar, you stumble over towards Mira and just start chopping with everything you've got. You are whiffing. You are trying to avoid hitting her as you're chopping this, and you finally, after maybe 4 or 5 swings, you get it to the point where it finally gives way and breaks. You don't get a good hit, but the tension and everything else seems to make it snap. And finally, it just kind of gives way, and it starts to pull, not that far, pull more into the water. And as it does, are you guys cutting the rope on the other side as well, or?
Yeah, I would have leapt up and started cutting it with my knife.
Okay. Give me an attack roll with your knife.
Where is my knife?
In some dead guy's head.
No, he took that out.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, we retrieved her shit.
In their joints from where you were removing them. Well, Shriek, thankfully you and your, you just kind of start very quickly and deftly cutting it. And as you do, you like are chopping. Like, you don't want to get it before Samar gets the other side because, well, Mira and Samar both over there, but as soon as they do, you cut it, and it does break off another piling as it gets yanked into the river. And it just kind of gets jammed about here, with another piling, this one going with it. Now this side is starting to get unsturdy.
Fucking
Henrietta immediately just, like, jumps up onto her hind legs and, like, starts backing up into you, Frey.
Okay, Frey is going to, circle around, grab her reins, and, maybe you should go ahead, Streeg.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll go across.
All right, I need a dex exert. You have to tightrope it on one.
It's a log. It's not a tightrope.
I mean, it's wobbling more. Oh my god, it's a log. It's not a tightrope.
Streeg.
And with an insane amount of both speed and carefulness, you guys on the other side who are holding this, you've got ropes tied on, you've got Mira supporting it, you've got all of this shit going on, and you don't even really feel Streeg as he makes it to the other side. It is fucking, like, the entire bridge is getting ready to give way, you guys.
Okay, and Frey with far less confidence with Henrietta's reins in his hand, he's gonna try and lead her up onto this log and across.
Is he going with her?
It's now or never.
Yes.
All right, this is gonna be a hell of a lot of weight on this branch. All right, Frey, from you first, I am going to need a dex exert.
Believe in the dream.
Okay. 5.
Now, I am also going to need a wisdom ride to keep Henrietta calm.
11.
And, oh good, Henrietta gets a +1 to keeping balanced. Okay, so you begin to lead Henrietta across. You get about halfway, and you start to, and like you catch yourself on Henrietta, and she starts to wobble, and then you start to wobble, and then she like starts to rear up a little bit on her hind legs. You're like, whoa, 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 and as you do, you kind of like try and get low to catch yourself, trying to keep her, like you're pulling out of range, trying to keep her down, and as you are doing this, you can see like she's ready to freak the fuck out. And you just like, you've got one hand on her reins and the other one like trying to pet her, and at that second, your boots slip. And you fall in.
Oh, God.
You fall in. Henrietta, do you let go or are you holding on to the reins?
I think instinctively, I feel like Frey is going to hold on so he does not get swept away.
All right, in that case, Henrietta needs to make a save here. Good old physical save from Henrietta. Which she succeeds! As you pull. Now I'm going to need, you like pull, like holding, and like all your entire body weight, everything you're carrying, yanks. Frey, also, you have completely fallen in. You're taking damage from all the broken shards and bullshit near the bottom that is sticking out of the ground. You take 6 damage as you feel something stab into your leg, and just like you start to pull and it like tears down your leg, like right in the meat of your ankle. As Henrietta is pulling with everything she's got, trying to like pull away from you, and like she's like bucking up now, kind of like a horse freaking the fuck out. And she's going to start darting forward.
Oh no. Good thing we're like at either side, right? Like, you know, like on either,
Get out of the way,
side of the
guys.
thing.
She darts forward, and the entire bridge on the other side comes crashing out. Frey, you get... are you still holding on, I guess is the next question. Are you still going to try and hold on to Henrietta while she's doing this?
I'm trying to decide if he would have been able to hold on in the pain.
If you'd like to just give me another strength save.
Yeah, let's do
Or
that.
physical save. Go ahead.
13.
Frey is holding on. Unfortunately, he is getting dragged through all of this shit. And he takes another 9 damage. As you feel things just cutting you up, stabbing into you. It is incredibly painful as you're getting dragged. Your arm holding on, your left arm that is wrapped around, almost stuck in the reins of Henrietta, is being dragged like pavement against the side of this tree. Each fucking like uncut piece is just stabbing a hole in you.
Ow!
And finally, it looks like there's gonna be some healing coming your way. You can heal the damage, but not the pain does not go away in that moment, though.
Something to fix for that.
Yeah, the trauma, you need the other kind of doctor for the trauma. All right, Frey, I would like you to give me an evasion save as Henrietta came charging in with you still holding onto the reins into the docks, which you aren't really seeing. All right, are you healing, Samar?
Yes.
All right. And then immediately after you heal Frey for 14, Frey takes another 4 as Frey, you are slammed arms first right into the shards of broken dock that Mira was standing on. Both of them getting like impaled with massive 3-4 inch thick splinters going through them. You cannot hold on at that point, and you're literally being held up by this board that has impaled both of your forearms.
Yeah, Frey,
And
I think
Henrietta
is
keeps
just
going.
like shrieking at this point.
Lawrence is gonna like shout, Mr. Viacourt, let go of the thing now. And maybe
it's gonna fall right into Mira.
Mira should also be like grabbing Frey at this
So
point.
Mira, you grab Frey.
I was gonna say that I was
But he has
gonna
to do the same at the same time.
dive to yank Frey.
You lay down, and with your one arm, you like have to push Frey's arms so that they're no longer impaled on these giant splinters. A couple of them literally going all the way through Frey's arms. And
Frey doesn't use them.
finally,
3 doctors, it's fine.
lift Frey out and pull him to safety beyond the now completely shattered bridge.
Samar's gonna want to get clear of downriver too, if this comes straight sideways. All right, ready, Lawrence?
Release!
Let go.
And you guys release it on this side. A few seconds later, it completely breaks, falling the same way and getting lodged, finally hitting into the shore about here, getting stuck on a rock. The outside of the first piling here and most of this piling, the bridge is pretty much gone. And one piling on the south side. The bridge is pretty much given way.
Seems fording will be necessary.
They're not
time.
strung up here on this, hung up here on this, correct? This is all gone.
Yeah, that's gone. They're just stuck where, like, they've just jammed up against stuff.
Okay.
These are some pretty big fucking trees you guys used. They might not be going anywhere.
Well, we'll have to see if these trees are still here when we get back. Maybe we can figure something out, but
Just
maybe they'll dam the river.
We made a beaver dam, guys.
Is Samar doing more for Frey at this point?
I would ask Frey if he wants more healing.
With
Now that
the
you're
giant
impaled.
splinters still going through both his arms. Frey is probably like on the ground, just like
Screaming.
yeah, basically.
Yeah, no, there are
Yeah,
splinters literally still going through your arms. Like, some of them broke off when Mira picked you up and are just in your body.
Yeah, there's just like, hyperventilating, screaming, crying, just
Yeah, I will prepare to pull out the splint basically at the same time so that there's no like blood loss or anything, and then I will heal Frey again.
All right. And you get
As I
Frey
pull
back, as if they were never there, Frey. But God, that fucking pain still is! Oh boy! You want to talk about trauma.
Lawrence mentioned to like Garrett and Trigg, someone might want to fetch the donkey. I think it's still running.
Yeah,
I will chase down Henrietta.
Henrietta's fucking gone.
I'll go get her.
All right.
Poor lady.
Okay, so just to clarify, Samar's healing doesn't get rid of the pain, just heals the...
Whether or not it gets rid of the pain, I guess I'd leave up to Adarsh, but like the memory of the pain and that immediate, you know, that's definitely still there. Adarsh, it's up to you on the pain.
Well, Adarsh is dead, so...
Oh no.
Well, that is unfortunate.
We lost. We
Well,
lost
either way, we commit to Frey having to fucking handle this horrifying prospect of being dragged along bark that cut up his forearms and then being impaled in both forearms on broken planks.
Lawrence will ask, Mr. Vrock, would you like something for that pain? Could get something for you.
Yes, I think, yes.
All right, just grit your teeth. Give me a moment. Lawrence will cook up something very diluted real quick from his supplies and offer it to Frey.
I got
Just
kicked
don't
out.
get it confused with one of those other vials, eh?
Nah, he's pretty good about that.
Oh. Alright, Adarsh, Samar's healing, does it also solve the pain problem, or no?
Oh, yeah, I got kicked out of the voice chat. I was saying that I think it does get rid of the pain, but not like it's slower than it gets rid of the wounds. Like the pain has to catch up a little bit. It like slowly rolls off.
Yeah, your
like,
brain,
really
like your body might be healed, but your brain doesn't fucking know it right away.
Yeah, exactly. So like it does. It's not like you'll be hurting for as long as you would naturally be whatever in pain, but it's like, you know, for a couple minutes you're gonna be like, well, I was just impaled, so I feel like I was impaled.
God, that's just what happened to Frey is like my nightmare.
Thank you for inflicting it upon Frey.
No problem.
Yeah.
That was your guys' choice to send Henrietta last.
So, the other thing you missed, Adarsh, is that Lawrence offered Frey something for the pain, and Frey said yes, and so he's mixing something.
Beautiful. I think right before I got kicked out or after, I was like, you mentioned something about painkillers that might be appropriate here. So same page.
I'm assuming Robert, like of all the things he has, it's basically just diluted opium, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Classic stuff. Yeah, Lawrence will hand a small vial to Frey that looks probably mostly clear.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, it's probably laudanum, so...
Yeah.
Which is...
Diluted again.
It's normally... Laudanum is literally just diluted opium. Normally in, like, alcohol.
It's, with alcohol.
Okay, I didn't know that. Then, yeah, it is alcoholic in that. Yeah, laudanum.
All right. So Frey will gulp that down without question. And then I think just lie there for a while.
So with Shri gone chasing down Henrietta, the rest of you spend a moment. Oh boy. Before finally resting for a few minutes, having defeated the treacherous river. God, why do I love river crossing issues so much?
You've done it before?
I have. I love it. And eventually, Strieg, you were able to find Henrietta. She's probably a couple 100 feet away before she finally slows down. And she is very skittish and does not really want to go back.
I take some time, like, calming her down, not forcing her back right away. Just kind of, doing that horse thing where you're like, shh, it's okay, it's okay.
Give me a wisdom ride.
Oh boy.
Not a charisma ride?
No, animals aren't going to be able to naturally,
No. No, Henrietta doesn't.
Good.
She's not feeling it.
Henrietta is dealing with some sort. You're gonna need a fucking animal psychologist to deal with this. Like,
You think she'll want some laudanum?
you'll have to give her the whole fucking bottle to make her feel it.
Horse tranquilizer.
Just hang out in the woods for a while.
All right. So,
I believe I still had the earring, so I'll earring Mira and be like, hey, she's pretty freaked. We're just gonna hang out here.
Good idea.
Is she going deeper into the woods, or is she at least hanging out with Strieg?
I don't know if that was in her character.
That was out of character.
Okay, yeah, no, she did stop after about 150
Okay.
feet. And
Okay.
Strieg was trying to calm her down and get her to come back, and that is not happening at all. She's not about that life. So,
So if that's made known, Lawrence probably suggests that we carry Frey and begin making our way to catch up. That way we're not separated.
That, and we don't want to be next to the river as it gets dark.
Correct.
again, it's afternoon. It's like 2, 3 o'clock. Oh, no, I'm
but
sorry.
like,
Yeah, how strong is this opium? Like, is Frey gonna be out of it?
it's pretty diluted.
Okay.
Like,
Yes,
Lawrence
how heavy is Frey?
has seen his fair share of addicts and is not trying to turn Frey into one.
But yeah, Frey is very, very light.
Give me a physical save. Let's see how well Frey gets hit by it.
Okay. I succeeded.
Yeah. So yeah, you're gonna be just barely. You're gonna be feeling it, but not to the point of it having any negative effects on you.
All right.
So with that, you guys spend a little while gathering your bearings. Strieg reports over Earring that Henrietta is not going anywhere near that fucking river again.
Understandable.
And you guys are planning to proceed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Whew, and the journey continues. I can finally switch back to the world map. You all make your way. Garrett finally getting back into the swing of things, wayfinding it. And the rest of the day, you follow something vaguely resembling a path. Garrett, you're essentially working on intuition. This path, if you can call it that, at one point was a road, is so abandoned that you have to use intuition more often than finding the path itself. And it's more in the hopes of, if you run into another major river, it having a full bridge or something, than it being at all helpful in actually traversing you to where you need to go.
Well, I'm also thinking that if we're going head towards some ruins here, we're better to find ruins than at the end of a nearly gone roadway path.
That would be the hope. And you get about 6 hours of travel before sundown hits and you're forced to set up camp.
Yep. All right. I think we should be extra careful with our watches, just to make sure we don't run into any more nasty surprises. But
Should we double up tonight?
Yeah, I think it would be a good idea to have 2 per watch.
I mean, I will always be there.
Does she say
I
that?
can also stay up night if we need.
Okay, so
Streak looks to Garrett. He's dad.
I think I will sleep better if I take a second watch. So I'll take first watch and then third watch.
Are you
I know
sure?
Mira
You
is
don't-
going to be up the whole time anyways. But if Samar, if you would like to take second watch with Strieg,
Okay.
and then Frey maybe take last watch with Lawrence.
All right.
It's a little early for you, I know.
I'll try to wake up.
Just be careful, Mr. Villacourt. It's miss out on too much sleep, and it's gonna hurt us in the long run.
I know. I don't plan on doing this long term, but I think at least for today, while we're still close to this river. I think after the afternoon we had, I think we'll all sleep a little better knowing there's a couple of extra eyes.
all right. So with that, you guys are taking a new set of watches. It is going to be first is
Garrett and
Yep, still.
I guess Mira.
all right. Second,
That one was
Streak.
Marin, Strieg, and Mira.
third,
Yeah.
Would be Mira and
Garrett.
Garrett.
and fourth.
Lawrence.
And Frey and Mira.
All right, so since you guys are going to be taking another watch, like since you're doubling up, I'm gonna say that you're gonna need an extra 2 hours of rest on the night.
That's
Oh,
fair.
I mean, that's
Sure.
So, at this point, are you planning on doing this from here on out, or?
I think just tonight, unless we run into anything extra difficult. But
All right. So,
Okay.
we
Mira,
could just take Garrett off first watch and give Strieg it. So
Yeah,
it's
I
still
can do
two
that.
every watch,
Well, I mean,
that's fine with me.
and then 3 for the final, unless we want to move Frey to like one of the middle watches or something.
Frey's not gonna want to do that.
Frey would like to sleep.
yeah, Frey would either be best as first watch or last watch.
All right, so Strieg is moving to first watch with Mira. Garrett plus Mira. And then, so, is this what you guys want? Like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure, why not?
So in the end, you didn't change a lot, except Mira's definitely gonna be up. All right. In that case, all right. So,
You want new roles?
I am gonna want new
for-
roles. Mira, you go first since you're gonna be up all night.
and that is
Wisdom, notice.
I think as the characters like discuss the specifics of the watch, Lawrence participates and offers what he feels are insights, but there's a certain like hesitation to the aspects that involve Mira's ever-present, cognizance. Words?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess the best way to put it is that as part of her nature is that she can't sleep. It's not that she doesn't have to sleep, it's that she physically cannot sleep. She's just constantly awake.
Again, Mira's kind of like looking down.
There's nothing wrong with that to be embarrassed about. Do you know how many people at the Lucian Ray wish they could sleep less?
I look over at Garrett.
Is
Like
it really such a
knowingly,
good
I
idea to
guess.
compare someone to those types?
Those types? Again, looking over at Samar.
Lawrence smiled.
I don't say anything, but I'm just like, okay. Wow. Does it seem like Lawrence is I don't know, hesitance around it is like a lack of belief that she really doesn't need to sleep, or is it more just like, I believe you, but that's fucking weird?
I believe he is. I think it would probably take some delving into it, but to actually figure out what the fuck that's about.
Mm-hmm. Okay, fair enough.
But now it's just hesitance, and there's an occasional like pointed glance her way whenever these topics get brought up, to where he's clearly thinking about something but is not expressing what is on his mind.
Okay.
So, are we good to roll our...
Yeah. I mean, Ashkin, fuck you.
Alright, Strieg, Wisdom Knowist, please.
Nice.
Alright. The fears of your last night and the end results of it constantly at the back of some part of your mind, but with Mira by your side, also keeping watch, keeping her eyes peeled, and Mira, your hand and your dexterity with it getting ever better over the course of the day and now even the night. Starting to feel more confident, but alas, there is still no anything happening. So, next up, Samar, please.
Cool. I am also gonna have this active just in case. I don't think those things were alive, but yeah.
Well, thankfully you have your mind light to warn you of nothing happening.
Great.
Next, show me Garrett.
Thanks, Dad.
Heck yeah.
Garrett, as you take over for Samar, you keep your eyes, your ears, and your wits about you, and find nothing happening. With you and Samar doing patrols around the camp, keeping your eyes peeled, it's quiet, it's boring, it's nothing. But you know it's there. Somewhere there's gotta be something. But boring's good. Last rolls. Show me Frey and Larry. Ow. Frey with the second best notice. Why isn't he up more? Keeping his eyes peeled.
Does he like sleep?
Yeah.
So, as the sun rises and people are still exhausted and trying to sleep, you keep your eyes peeled. Lawrence, you eventually realize that, well, as good a time as any, and do the horrible fact of waking people up, beginning to break camp, and fortunately, nothing happened over the course of the night.
Frey and Mira get to see Lawrence cleaning his guns tonight. That's pretty cool.
Aunt Frey does watch him quietly, though he's not feeling particularly chatty tonight after the day.
Yeah, I mean, Mira is curious.
Unless one of them says something, I think Lawrence would actually ask Frey how the pain is, if he's feeling better, etc. Lawrence isn't particularly chatty either, but he does ask.
Well, logically, I know that it does feel better, but it's hard not to think about it.
Acceptance is often the best one can get with trauma.
I'd rather pretend it never happened.
You'll find that over time, that doesn't work.
Maybe I just need a little more time to get back into the way things should be.
Lawrence nods.
Are guns a common thing in this setting?
I'm sorry?
Are guns a common thing in this setting?
They are common among, like, really rich people. Like, they're, like, brass and bronze flintlock pistols. Like, affluent merchants carry them because, you know, it doesn't require a lot of training to shoot someone point blank in the chest to defend yourself.
Okay.
Alasir has... Like, Alasir probably has the highest representation of them. They're more commonly associated with, like, the NSO uses them a lot on their higher-end agents and things like that. But they're also very expensive, like thousands of silver for even a cheap one. And
right.
The spark powder is pretty expensive.
Is that, and it kind of gives a slight nod towards Lawrence and his guns. Something you picked up from your pirating days.
Was the question, is that a gun?
No.
No, is that motioning to your gun something you picked up?
From your pirating days.
I don't like referring to it as such. My days on the account were long ago and nasty business. I know we're not in a place where that is going to be an issue, but I'd appreciate if you would be less candid with referring to it. But to answer your question, yes.
Worry not. I can be much more subtle when we're not out in the middle of nowhere.
Mm. It was the best way to defend myself before I knew how.
Fairly simple in concept, point and shoot. I never touched one, but I knew a fair number of folk did own a firearm like such.
They also might just be the best way to defend yourself once you know how. But they do misfire more often than not. That's why you have to keep more than one until they misfire twice in a row. And he shrugs. Not the first time it's happened.
It certainly was a particularly unlucky night.
Not the unluckiest, but certainly not the luckiest.
Well, I'd say this past day was pretty unlucky.
Said it before, but you don't always get out of it with, well, all... He almost says something, and then stops himself. Like, clears his throat. With all heads still accounted for.
I see what you were gonna do there.
For a moment, I did think that. But no, let's not think about that right now.
You're lucky to have such skilled compatriots. Or maybe that isn't luck.
Some in my profession might call it fate. It's funny how these things turn out.
Funny is a good way to put it.
Oh, tell me, Mr. Beckett, do you believe in fate?
He's quietly continues to clean his guns for a moment. Fate's a dangerous thing to believe in. There are those who believe things are so preordained that they don't take what power they have to steer their own lives. There are some simply willing to go along with what's given to them. I think that's a terrible place to be. So, I don't believe in that. I believe there are forces in this world, those far beyond us, but I don't believe anything is set in stone. And I think it would be selfish to believe so. Because saying so would be to also say, none of your own decisions are your own. When, in reality, every action you take is your own, and will have consequences that are on you. I think during the last, few lines there, he stops cleaning, looks to Frey, but then looks back and continues.
It's a tricky thing. I have to say that part of me feels like I've had very little control ever since I did get swept up with this group. But I suppose in a way that I never had much control even before that, just the illusion of it.
What about Dr. Samar? How do you think they felt in Alasir, working for those families? Do you believe they felt they controlled their fate?
Well, I don't quite know what goes on in Samar's head, but if the people they worked with were anything like the ones that I am quite familiar with. then you make choices to survive. Though at times you have very little space to really maneuver in. And well, it's always a matter of seeing who can remain in control.
Survival is a funny thing. Everyone, no, most want it. But what about afterwards, after they met that... the naval officer, what was his name? Zane.
Yeah.
Do you believe they felt differently then?
Well, seeing how their attempts to find out how anything about Zane went, seems like we have very little control of what's happened there.
Maybe not, but it was their choice to seek that. There was a time I felt I had no control. Long ago at this point. But the feelings are still fresh in my mind. But to claim that I was not in control, to claim that every decision I made at the time was not my own, would be to shirk the responsibility of my own actions. And it's simply not right. One can give into that, how to describe it, mess. Those things that one can't control, blame that for everything. Or one can assert what control they do have and try to bring things a little closer to what they feel they should be. Whether or not they succeed is another question, but at the end of the day, I think people should be making choices that they can say were at least the right call.
Well, it's hard to tell if anything really is the right call until it's over.
Let me put it a different way. I believe it is that every person should be wresting control of their own life.
I do believe that myself. The things that I experience, the things that I see, it doesn't always feel like any kind of predefined path, more of a guide, a lesson, and an understanding.
Being a guide isn't so terrible. Look at Mr. Viacourt, for example. But as long as you understand that that is not all you are, I think that is the key.
I think I'm a great many things. I just think that this aspect of myself is what I understand the least.
Give it time, then. Maybe you'll understand a little more tomorrow.
Well, I think I understand one thing at least is that I'd very much prefer not to have any more river crossings.
Lawrence glances in the direction of the river. He decides not to mention the bad news of the fact that they have to do it again.
Yeah, let's not talk about that part.
That's all I got there, unless you got anything wrong.
Yeah, no, that's it for me.
And,
Did Mira have any thoughts, or was she just listening the whole time?
She was listening very closely.
Good talk. Alrighty.
Mira's got her own shit she's dealing with.
Wiggling her fingers. Takes up a lot of concentration.
So, with that, you guys, the sun has already well risen, and the exhaustion of the previous day has given way, and you guys finally have time to get up and break camp. Is there anything else you want to do before heading off for the day?
I think that if they were okay with it, Garrett would take the earring from Streak since he's spending more time a little bit further ahead of everyone. If he can relay back what he's seeing and what routes to make, it would save time versus having to go back or wait for them to catch up.
Drieg very happily hands it over.
Miro, do you still want the other end of this, or would you want someone else to use it?
I mean, I don't mind.
Okay. Okay. All right. So Garrett will pop it in. Mira will get a overall feeling of determination, but also a bit of anxiousness about what we ran into, what we may still run into, and thoughts of how are we going to get across the river, and a little bit before it clears out. And Garrett asks her, just wanted to check in. How's your arm doing? I know that you helped us punch down those trees, and then you kind of got stuck up in the bridge. So I just wanted to see how you were doing.
I mean, it's getting better every day, right, Robert?
Yeah?
Good. I'm okay. It could have been a lot worse. So I'm glad it was me and not anyone else.
I'm not glad that it happened to anyone, but out of all of us, you seem the most durable. So I'm glad you're getting better quickly, and your arm is working again and everything. Also, I wanted to apologize if you feel that I'm telling too much about you to Lawrence. I kind of figure since he knows, maybe fill him in a bit, but I will certainly let you explain things more from here on out if you would prefer.
No, I just don't really know. I mean, I don't want anyone to be afraid of me. I don't think he is, but
I don't think he's afraid of you. I think it might just take him a little bit to understand. It was a little easier for us to understand it because, well, for one thing, we found you by yourself, still alive after having been trapped in a dungeon for 11 years, and then we fought a giant shadow dragon after having fought some kind of weird goo monster. That whole time that you were stuck in that basement, so it was a bit less extreme to find out that you are not traditionally human. After some of the things we'd seen, it's a little easier to accept it versus I don't know what exactly he's seen some things, I'm sure. He's covered in scars, but what has he seen? Who knows? Maybe he hasn't seen anything quite as supernatural as our own experiences.
I guess so. I mean, I guess probably he knows what it's like to hide things.
Certainly, yeah.
You didn't.
Smar seems to think there's something up with his eyes.
Oh, you didn't see?
I've never seen him without his glasses or his sleep mask. He uses a sleep mask at night, which is kind of weird, I guess, but I never really bothered with sleep masks. Vivians use sleep masks occasionally, but
Well, I forgot about it for a minute, but they're blue.
oh, really? Okay, that's a little
Very
unusual.
pretty. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to out of character. I'm trying to remember. Like, I'm pretty sure we talked about like Mira would just not probably have too much of an idea about what's going on with that. So I think that's probably all she would mention.
Okay. All right. Well, that makes a little more sense why he would be secretive about those. I'll definitely have to let Samar know, but I don't
Is that
think
bad?
the only people who really have blue eyes consistently are individuals of Rayclarian descent, and after our recent run-ins with Rayclaw and those soldiers in Corval and everything, it's plus with what's going on in Fortuny Soul. Obviously not all Rayclarians are going to be bad people or work for bad people, but it can be, tricky to know who is and who isn't. Hopefully, I don't feel that he would, but hopefully he's not involved in all of that. But it doesn't hurt to be wary about it.
Oh.
He might not even be Rayclarian. It like I said, it's predominantly Rayclarians who have the blue eyes like that, especially the really clear blue eyes. But it's just like how anyone can have brown eyes or green eyes. Anyone can have blue eyes. So, especially if he wasn't Reclarian, it would put a bit of a burden on him. So they're not particularly trusted.
Rayclaw's father went.
I'm sorry, I missed half of
Yeah,
that.
Alex, you were cutting out for that.
I was looking down and not speaking up. She said that Rayclaw was where her father went, and she was. What was the point of me saying? That maybe Vale was Rayclorian or something. Those were the people who were up there at Corval.
Yeah, he said that there was another who was performing the experiments kind of through him, that he was in Rayclaw. I don't remember if he said he was Rayclarian or not, but he said that he was in Rayclaw, which is why, yeah, you're right. That's why he went after them and went there. So,
I mean,
like I said, I don't think Lawrence would be involved in that, but
seems nice.
kind of the impression that I got, and so I hope he's good people stuck in bad times, like some of our other party members. But we'll see how it goes. In the meantime, I'm gonna get back to focusing on our on wayfinding. We're still pretty much following this path. I think it's gonna lead us right to these ruins we're looking for. But you know, it probably helps if we'll probably go a little better at it if I pay a little more attention. So I will leave that to you, and we'll get back to wayfinding.
Okay, let me know if you need anything.
Of course. And you know, throughout the next several hours that we're traveling, prior to stopping for, I guess, whenever we stop for lunch and then continuing on afterwards, you just get little updates about, oh, hey, keep an eye out for this tree or boulder or whatever the path turns here and whatnot.
I would, be the walkie-talkie
All right,
Can't believe you're playing the phone again.
again.
Since you know what, Gary, give me another wisdom survive.
Will do. Give me one.
We've re-rolled everything else this session. Let's do one more.
One more wisdom survive. I'm gonna re-roll that.
Yeah, that's
One more time.
That's much better. Alright, you do your best to keep the party on track, moving ever further north. And occasionally following the path, the winding, rolling hills are occasional and inconsistent, and the trees are so thick and so large here, getting well over 70, 80 feet high and almost constant coverage, that it becomes nearly impossible to even see the sky. It's so much colder, and it's slightly more wet and damp down here, and there's just those occasional bits of evidence of a path. A broken down, hundreds years old fence that's sitting up against a tree where it fell over and was never repaired who knows how long ago. Later, a just missing signpost that is broken and has maybe 6 inches of wood sticking out of the ground. Just enough evidence of humanity. Once in a while, a lot of just stony structure, just where it seems like they spent some time with stone or gravel or something to help with carriages being able to go uphill. But otherwise, it is quite literally a full-time job keeping things together as you journey further in. But you do so, and as the night begins to fall, you can see and hear ahead of you the waves of a lake. And you were able to, Garrett, let everyone behind you know that coming off of this hill, you will descend to the bank of this unnamed lake, abandoned to time.
All right. I will absolutely let everyone know that we are here.
High fives when we break out the travel IPA.
Exactly. This definitely deserves a drink.
Yeah.
Actually, almost could have had a drink after crossing the river, but obviously we had to get moving on that.
Ah,
Jump scare music.
so it should be. I'm assuming Garrett meets back up with the others.
Mhm.
So the actual tomb should be somewhere near the lake. Suppose we'll need to start combing the place.
Yeah, well, probably best wait for that for morning. I think we should
Right.
set up camp a little bit further back from the water than last time.
Yeah, so it seems to be prudent.
Garrett, you see something flickering. Like, as you guys are, following something resembling a path down the hill, you can see something flickering in between some of the trees down at the lakeside.
As in, like a light flickering, something moving.
Some sort of light or something, yeah.
I would like to have my mind light on, just for what it's worth.
I see a light over there, and I'll point towards it.
We
Does
may
anyone
want to
else
check
see
on
that?
Can I see anything?
Can we see, or is he crazy?
Give me wisdom notice, Mira. It is dark, so
Nope.
you don't see anything, any kind of flickering light or anything at all, but
Haven't led y'all astray yet.
But yeah, the rest of you, I'm gonna say you don't, like, it's too dark to roll. Like, you either see light or you don't.
Let's see.
I assume this is further than 150 feet away.
Yes, this is...
Okay.
Yeah, this is down at the coast. Like, you can't even, like, make out the coastline really yet. Like, there's still too much tree cover.
Okay.
We may want to check on that before we camp.
I agree with Lawrence on this one. Does anyone else? I think maybe we split up. A couple of us can go take a look at it while everyone else gets camp set up. Or do we all want to go look?
If we have too many people, we might scare them. We don't want an altercation if we don't have to have one. Though the others being close at hand may be smart.
Maybe prudent.
If it is a flame you're seeing, if we get closer, I might be able to take a closer look myself.
That's true. Your, I guess, flame sight has helped us before.
I'm sorry, what site?
If
Garrett,
there are
Sorry, you go.
if there are flames close enough, I can see through them or see what they see.
Just flames?
Other things as well, but mainly flames at the moment.
Lord decides not to question further.
I only because I can only have so many spells prepared at once.
You guys
Oh, you
are
don't
still
have the
heading
stone?
down towards the coast,
No.
correct?
Who all's going? I think Larry would volunteer.
Frey would also volunteer.
I can see in the dark.
I think maybe splitting up is not the best idea.
I agree.
Maybe
Well,
we only split up once we get closer and see if
Yes.
we do need only a few people.
Larry's suggestion was that we bring everyone, but only a few people approach. Like, the full on.
I think that when we do that, Mira should be one of the people to hang back because we have the earrings, so we can still communicate.
Sure. Larry will volunteer to be on team full approach.
I will hang back. My 9 HP is not going to keep me very safe.
Streak is better from a distance, so
Yeah. So Larry, Garrett, and Frey directly approach while everyone else kind of hangs back a little bit as we get closer.
Sounds good.
Why did my
Alright.
brain just go Larry, Gary, and Barry?
As you guys start to get closer, you see a light in the lake.
In the lake?
Small canoe or rowboat or something with a lantern on it.
Someone is on the lake. It would seem.
So if we are able to get close enough, I'd like to use my flame scrying spell.
What's the range on it?
Which is
150 feet?
150 feet.
Are you willing to like run to the lake to do it?
I don't think so. I assume we're being careful about our approach unless the others want to run.
Careful, definitely.
Yeah, careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is like as you're kind of like coming down the thing, you're still probably 100 feet away from even the edge of the lake. And as you get through, you can see there is a small boathouse or something, a dock house out on the right where this path seems to be leading.
And whoever's in the canoe is going away from the boathouse out further into the lake.
They're heading out further into the lake.
Do we want to check out the boathouse?
No one can live here,
Yeah, but
right?
I mean, it's possible. Lawrence will approach the boathouse and see if there's like look for like a door or something.
Well, I suppose I should.
Oh boy.
Oh my. He's supposing?
I'm supposing.
Everyone stand back, he's supposing?
So there you go. A nice, lovely map of the boathouse. The rowboat headed somewhere further up to the north. You can still see it moving out there. And Larry was heading to the door.
Yep. Mine's still loading.
Okay.
Same.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Boy, everyone's still loading, huh?
Oh no.
Why'd mine load right away?
Because it's
Fucking
fucking on a
99%.
local network, fuckhead.
But yeah, Frey will follow Lawrence.
saying.
And Garrett will follow along with them while we wait for this map to load.
There it is.
Oh, I just switched back to the other one to make it reload.
It's
That's
funny.
funny.
I'm still
Telling me
stuck.
you cannot switch scenes until resources finish
Oh, there we go.
loading.
I'm in.
There we
Okay,
go.
me too.
I'm in the feud. It's dark. Am I next to the lake house?
I'm still
Yeah,
at
it is
99.
dark. Like, would someone have a lantern while you guys are walking, or?
I
Not
can
yet.
I think we'll need a lantern.
lake house
for
on the
rest of
right.
us, though.
There.
Thank you. All right. Lawrence will approach the door and give it a not too loud, but not too quiet. Holy shit.
That door's a little hollow.
It seems it.
Oh,
Yeah, try not to echo it across the lake, but make sure whoever's inside does hear it, if there is anyone.
no response.
I will try the door.
It unlocks. And inside you
Here.
can see there's a lit candle on a far side.
Oh.
There is a pile of just armor and old, just abandoned bits of armor and things over here.
Lawrence will pick up the candle and like wave it, not wave it around, but do the full thing to get a look at the room.
And you can see that you tracked and walked through what seems to be a lot of blood.
Oh boy.
Fresh?
Oh.
Yes, fresh.
Mammalian, I assume, based on that.
Yeah.
Does it smell like fish at all? Because we are near the boathouse, and maybe it's just fish.
I hate fish.
Fish don't bleed like that. I know fish don't bleed like that.
Do I see anything else with the candle?
I mean, not particularly. There is a journal over here on this table. It looks like at one point someone was sitting here eating.
Like recently?
Yeah.
Larry will take a quick glance at the journal.
Specifically, it looks like, question, does anyone... One second, let me go into my...
You want to read Rico Arian?
No, does anyone here speak, or more specifically, read Ospurin?
Not I.
Ospurin would be the language of Osper? Why is it
No, Ospurin is, it's like an old, like, language that is, like, evolved into Pharesian, like, 1,000+ years ago, and is heavily connected with Aspection. It's not really a spoken language much anymore. It's mostly written. A lot of, like, if you're, like, trained to be a Vokai, you learn it. It's a thing that, like, a lot of Aspection tomes are initially written in. Things like that.
It's a fantasy Latin.
Kind of, yeah.
Would Viv have tried to drum any phrases of it into my head?
No.
Okay. Then no, I don't know it.
Yeah, neither does
I
Ray.
didn't pay that much attention at Sunday school.
Lawrence mentioned there's a journal here, but I'm not really sure what language it's written in. DM, I'd like to... Go ahead.
Well, Frey is going to walk around avoiding the blood stain, but he's going to kind of, trail his hand across the surfaces. I see like books here across the desk. Basically, if his emotional resonance kind of picks up anything.
There's an overwhelming just sense of death in this area. Like, the whole room is just kind of, like, the more you have been around it, like, it's not... Someone put effort into trying to, like, clean up this blood. Like, it was genuinely a pool at some point. You can see where it's seeped into the wood below recently. Things like that. But,
On that topic, Larry's seen a lot of person blood. Is this person blood?
oh, yeah. Yeah, person blood.
Yeah.
And it's fresh.
I mean, it's fresh enough that, like, you had tracks, so within the last couple days, at least. Though it could be very recent, like, today.
Someone has been very busy out here, killing people, it seems.
Yes. And we just tracked right through it, so they're gonna know someone was in here. Well, then I will relay this to everyone else, what we found over the earring.
Oh, right.
Mira's in here with you, so...
Never mind!
When did Mira get in here?
No, never mind.
Bye, Mira.
Oh.
Bye, Miss Tyrell.
Okay, do you let us know then? I assume.
God, that's funny.
Yes.
Through the
of
Mira
course.
phone, yeah.
Yes.
Amazing. Okay, then I'm gonna head to the thing because if there's blood, there might be somebody who needs. Where I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just walking through trees.
It's on the right
Here
side.
doesn't-
Up
You just
here.
gotta keep going up. You gotta keep going up. It's
Robert,
really
we're gonna
funny
check-
on the recording watching you wander around in the forest.
Is the next room the boathouse, Robert?
I'm sorry?
Next room's the boathouse?
There's another room.
Yes, it looks like there is strictly a, like, actual boat slips as well.
Right, so if he does a once-over with the candles or anything else that stands out?
Not immediately. There is a single rowboat here.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, there is a bag and a bedroll over here in the corner. Some rope, things like that.
How much rope did we lose at the logs?
Roll me a d6. 20 feet.
Okay, thank you. Just so I can update my...
It's actually not too bad, all things considered.
It's really not.
I have my mind light on. I know that it doesn't work if there's a barrier between me and anyone, but like, do I sense anyone within 60 feet? Obviously, there's a lot of blood.
Do you define, like, fish as living minds?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple of those. Probably more than a
Okay.
couple. But otherwise, you're not detecting anything. As I said, over here in this corner, there is a pile of what looks like old, decrepit, broken armor that was just thrown on a broken bed.
Where's the bedroll?
Bedroll is in the
boathouse.
in the other part of the boat, in like the
Yeah,
boathouse.
it's all the way to the corner, kind of where I'm on top of.
You guys need a lantern.
I would probably be
All
helpful,
you
yeah.
have to do is right-click on yourself, and there's a little button at the top left called torch.
Okay, well, I'm holding the candle still.
Ooh.
Well, I don't have a button called candle, so
Okay, well.
you can have a
let's work on
torch.
with the candle.
Unless
Well, I use the
Lawrence-
candle so we don't, like, alert the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless Lawrence wanted to, Garrett would definitely take a rummage through the pack here real quick,
Well, Garrett can do it.
doing his best to keep it from looking like it's been messed with.
Okay, give me a dex sneak.
I
He's-
can
while he's rolling on his
certainly do that.
Lawrence comments, My, Mr. Viacourt. Sticky fingers, have we?
I just want to see what's in here, see what we can find out about our friend here. I'm not taking anything for myself here. I will keep that as the 7, even though I can roll that better.
I would say yes,
believe.
you can do better, but yeah, like you would definitely be able to do better on that. So you are not re-rolling.
Nah, what the heck? I'll re-roll it. It doesn't hurt.
When he comes in here with a gun, you're going to regret that.
Yeah.
So doing your best to go through this as surgically as you can see that there's a bedroll on the top of the bag, and you kind of have to unattach that, and there's not really anything you can do about that. Hopefully just tie it on same way with the buckles and belts. But otherwise, there's not a lot in it. There's a sheet. There's like a mushed down feather pillow. Both kind of moth-eaten a little bit. And you kind of like are looking around and like feeling around a little bit. You know, you got your lantern kind of like toggling toggling, fuck me. Kind of like rummaging. I was thinking of toggle
Yep.
lantern again, I'm sorry. Rummaging through and just kind of like as carefully as you can. There is something you see like reflecting off of the bottom. Something
I will take a
metallic.
closer look at that.
It looks like some kind of ring or something.
I will take a closer look at the ring.
All right, you go in, you grab it. It looks like a simple brass ring. There is something engraved on the inside in a language that you don't understand.
Lawrence is kind of
does it-
watching and holding the light for Garrett. May I see that?
Yeah, does this look like that language from the book, the journal?
Yes, it does.
Lawrence quickly pockets it.
Does he let Lawrence see the thing?
Yeah, I was handing it over to you and asking you if it looks like the language from the journal that you were looking at.
And Robert already said yes to that, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Does the ring look at all familiar otherwise, or notable in any other way?
No, it like I mean, give me an int trade. See if it seems weirdly valuable or anything. It's it's cheap. It's probably not worth a lot. The make isn't great. It's kind of worn from being taken on and off a lot. The actual engraving on the inside of the ring is also worn and barely readable, even if you did understand the language. It's not really worth really anything.
Old, somewhat tarnished, worn, very worn. This is probably a keepsake. Can't see much other reason to have it.
Okay, I'll put it back in the...
I would like to.
Do you want to look at the ring with your magic eyes?
Yes.
What
First I want
What are your
to
special eyes see?
What your funny clay eyes see?
first just in case there's nothing. First I want to do the thing where I can feel the presence or use a magic within 20 feet of
This is I'm sorry,
the level 1.
as an non-turn action, you can feel presence or use of magic within 20 feet of you, though you can't discern details about it or the specific source. Okay, so you focus and... no immediate magic within 20 feet of you.
Am I within 20 feet of Mira?
Oh, right. I mean, I'm gonna walk fucking over
Yeah.
there, of course.
There is something magical within 20 feet of you.
I mean, I'm also holding the stupid knife. So, I'll just do the thing. It's fine.
Oh.
She's witch finding. Who's
Yeah,
gonna
she
be?
she never renamed her skills. I'm still sad about that, Alex.
I forget that I can't.
Want me to rename mine?
Flavor's free. Actually, it's not. Pepper costs money. Alright, so you focus for a moment. There is nothing coming from Lawrence, nothing coming from Garrett. Yeah, you know, the usual.
That you've already seen.
Yeah, but nothing coming from the backpack. Which seems like, I mean, Garrett, I'll tell you this, like, that backpack seems like it's been sitting here a long time. But
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
otherwise, there is, you don't immediately see anything else magical.
Okay. You know, I would relay this.
And you do have that active for the rest of the scene.
Yeah. How about if I go out and look at the lake?
Oh, you're jumping into the water?
No. Go look at the canoe.
The canoe way out there?
Yeah.
It's pretty far. There is definitely a wisp of something. I'm gonna say it's far enough away that you cannot discern any details, but there is a wisp of something coming from the rowboat or canoe or whatever out there.
Well, the only magic I see is maybe something out there. I'll point.
Does that mean we have a mage, or does that mean we have someone with an item?
I can't really tell. I think it's too far.
Is there anything in this boat here? Like, that boat seems normal?
Normal, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's tied off. It looks like the rope looks more recent and not falling apart like some of the other rope you've seen. Like, don't get me wrong, this place is definitely decrepit, but, like, there's, like, a rope railing that's you leaning on would probably break. It's been here so long, but the rope holding that on is obviously newer and in better shape. Frey, you hear a scraping sound coming from the other side of the main room.
Okay, first, sorry, I want to follow up on that death stuff before.
Okay.
Unless it's too late now.
No, it's okay.
I know. Okay. Basically, I wanted to ask, like, has he been feeling that just kind of like, you know, with his more ambient senses, with, you know, being able to sense, like, death in general?
Yeah, there's been some death here. Lingering death, I think, is the best way to describe it.
Okay. And, like, there wasn't anything else that stood out from his emotional resonance with, like, other emotions?
I mean, was there anything specific you were going to try and test?
Well, he was kind of putting his hands just kind of along the surfaces, like, working his way, like, towards the desk.
There wasn't anything particular, like, touching the books. They were, like, almost ready to come apart. Like, you could feel how frail and brittle and old they were.
Oh, okay, so this place, like, is old.
Like, as old as the bridge that was coming apart, yeah.
Okay.
Like, this place is untouched for a long time.
Alright, yeah. So now to the present moment, that noise that's, you said it's like a scratching sound?
Yeah, like a scraping, like a against wood.
Right, coming from, like, this direction?
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, Frey's gonna turn and look that way, though his vision does not extend that far.
Does he have a lantern?
No, he does not.
Alright. Oh, is he gonna head over there?
However, he is going to use his elemental sparks to bring a bit of flame to life in his hand.
Okay.
So, like a candle.
Okay. Little candle in his hand. Lovely.
Yeah. So he'll kind of, you know, look around.
One second.
All right.
There you go. There's a little candle.
Nice.
All right. And you begin to make your way further in. You still don't see anything immediately.
Does it sound like a little scratching?
Like something scraping against the floor.
Does anybody else hear that?
Do we?
Do we?
Samar being close to the door, you would.
Okay, I will come over.
Like I said, it's not loud, but it is, yeah, it's like a inconsistent, just scraping sound coming from somewhere over here.
Yeah,
There's
Frey
still
will keep
nothing.
cautiously venturing forward.
There's still nothing alive within 60 feet of me.
No?
Oh, great.
Okay.
So whatever it is, it's dead within 60 feet.
Mira, you stick your head out, and you can see what looks like over here the gauntlet of one of those suits of armor just shuddering and grasping on the ground.
There's a thing?
I assume I can see it now because this whole area is illuminated.
Yes. Right here in that pile, there is a gauntlet that is on the ground, and it's just grasping, and the little bit of, like, a little bit of the metal from the top of the fingertip attached to the leather is just scraping against the ground.
I think, Lawrence, maybe we should go check and see what everyone else is looking at.
What's Streak doing, by the way?
Presumably just, like, I don't know, keeping an eye on
Streak is still out there by
things.
themselves, aren't they?
Yeah, he's still out
My
there.
Foundry map isn't loading, so
Oh no.
I can't
Try
do
reloading?
jack shit.
Yeah, try reloading because it says you're in.
Yeah, Lawrence follows Garrett.
Yeah, when you did reloading Foundry work for you? You good, Lee?
Okay, there we go.
Okay,
Yeah.
All right. So you're just staying outside, keeping an eye out?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and give me a wisdom notice if you're staying outside.
It's funny to leave the, like, basically the person who has the least ability to see in the dark outside.
Oh. All right, we'll see what happens.
Thanks.
Otherwise, yes, Frey, you get closer, and yeah, there is just a gauntlet still just grasping at the ground in there, and the little bit of metal attached to the leather gauntlet is just scraping on the ground.
Oh, that's a little odd. And I think Freya will kind of, crouch down next to it. Is there any other is there like a suit of armor or something?
It is
that this
attached to,
belongs
yeah,
to?
these are all, there's, like I said, there's a pile of armor. It's attached to a full
Okay.
suit. Like, there's some
Okay.
chainmail, there's some leather, there's some, like pieced metal pieces as well. Like, they're full suits of armor. I broke it up, like, there's the chest plate on this one is missing, like, half of the back of it, like, with a big hole where it looks like it was shattered, but... Yeah, and the hand is just kind of grasping. Like, it's trying to grab something, but there's nothing there, and as it does, it's just kind of scraping against the ground.
I don't like it. I really want to chop this thing up with an axe.
Don't go serial killer on us yet.
Just the gauntlet, I mean.
We can poke it with a stick.
It is magic, all right? Is Mira seeing something on this now?
Yes, Mira, you are now getting magic from it.
Okay.
Oh, that is magic.
Yeah.
Well, I did think as much, seeing how it's moving about. You don't think the rest of it is going to stand up, do you?
I wouldn't put it past it.
It continues to grasp and scrape and finally gets stuck in a knot in the wood and starts to pull itself towards you very slowly.
I want to chop it with an axe.
Hey, maybe don't. I think
I feel
Larry
like
would step forward and put a hand on Samar's shoulder. Why don't we take our leave of this place for now?
Yeah, it seems like a better idea.
Okay.
Strieg,
Oh no.
you're listening outside to the sound of the waves, and there's splashing that isn't exactly consistent with the waves you've expected.
Okay.
Something else splashing. Something you can't make out exactly, but something the waves are hitting out here.
Like, it sounds like the water's hitting something there?
Yeah.
Or something's coming out of the water.
Probably closer to the latter.
Great. I guess I call into the house and let them know that I think we have some company.
You call out, like, loudly?
No. Just like sticking my head in.
Okay, so you are
Being
running
like,
towards the door.
If that's the case, then Larry would bring the candle outside and try to shine a light.
Alright, you
Yeah,
bring the candle outside. Let me go ahead and give you a candle really quick. Oh, okay, yeah, that works.
Oh, does not count, or?
It's fine. The candle's only 15, it's 30, that's fine. And right at the edge of it, you see a familiarly shambling figure.
Get in. Get in now.
At the same time, Garrett, from behind you, you hear something on the steps of the boathouse.
Crap. Yep. I will step back and look.
The scraping gets louder. The armor begins almost shuddering before beginning to stand. And then a second.
Oh. Well, that's why there's all this blood in here.
A third.
Great.
3 hollow armors.
Oh boy.
A fourth. And as the sounds of things emerging from this long abandoned lake lost to time begin to overwhelm you, as these strange abandoned hollow armors begin to try and stand, you guys will certainly have something to deal with. But that will be next week, because for now, here in this fucking abandoned boathouse on the edge of a lake, we will be ending tonight's session.
I blame Lawrence.
What? What the fuck?
Fuck you, Lawrence.
Hey, we should go investigate this boathouse at night.
I love that you guys always investigate stuff at night. It makes it so easy for me.
Well, the idea was to check before it became an issue for us, you know, as we slept. At least we're not, like, surprised this time.
Yeah.
We kind of are.
I'm feeling kind of surprised.
I mean, we're not caught with our pants down, though.
Okay, but you know what? Maybe the hollow armors are friendly. Maybe they're only maybe they're showing up to defend us from the drowned things.
Listen, maybe Smart's going to get a chance to axe one.
Would certainly
The
be
problem is
interesting.
Robert isn't friendly, so you definitely wouldn't. There's a no way that that's true.
Oh, you guys have so many questions you need answered. It took you guys so long to get here.
Tee-hee.
God.
No, wait, you expect us not to talk to each other on the way?
No, I wasn't expecting it to take an hour and a half to get across the river.
It was quick, all things considered. We kind of just went for it at a certain point.
Yeah, fair. Once you committed to it, you went for it. But like the debates, oh no, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna chop down these trees? It's like, well, you have two people.
We just literally started doing it, and Mira wanted in on the action.
Frey also can blow up trees
For free?
No, he can do it. He could do it twice. But Mira could also only do it twice.
Funny. Listen, it wasn't a debate. We just started doing it, and then someone else did it quicker.
Oh, I love that I'm finally getting to punish people for no one knowing other languages.
Hey, never mind.
Oh.
Teehee.
Oh, where is Shriek?
Half the fucking group knows Larry's secret, and he only knows that one does.
Oh, well.
I mean, technically still don't know. I mean, I'm a guess.
That's a good idea.
I'm
Yeah.
certainly excited to see the fight of the proverbial century next week.
Man, Samar sharing a bed with Reclarian, they're gonna get burned at the stake too.
Oh. Yeah,
Gareth
you
too,
guys,
for
you
good
guys have
measure.
so many questions. Why armor scratching? Why drown here? Why?
I mean, clearly this is related to why they were at the other place.
Why?
Seems like someone's been busy.
Why person on lake? Why leave candle burning? All these questions and more probably not going to be answered next week.
Answers are they can't swim, they sink, so it's safe to be on the lake during the night when they're active, and the candle burning attracts them here. Also away from the lake where the guy is.
That would make perfect sense.
What pile of blood do? Why pile of blood do? There's a better
Thanks,
question for
Robert.
you.
Oh, maybe the hollow armor fucks up the drowned.
That would be handy.
That's what I said.
Yeah,
You
but
said
phrased
something
differently.
different. You said maybe they're friendly.
Well, yeah, to us.
Those are strictly different answers. It could be that they're just here to fuck up anything and everything that moves, and that the person's is extricated themselves from the situation. That way, they can kind of let the armor do their thing, and the light is to attract the drowned here for the armor to do the thing. Was the blood like? You said it smelled fresh, as in not coming from fucking drowned corpses, right?
No, I said it. Well, it didn't smell like fish or anything.
I specifically said Larry's seen a lot of human blood.
I
This
did
is
say,
human
yeah,
blood, right?
yeah, it was human blood.
Was it? Well, can we ask at this point? Was it fresh human blood? I feel like that'd be something that would be more obvious.
Yeah,
if it was not fucking rancid smelling.
I don't know how to do. Like,
I mean, either it's rancid
guess
smelling
the
or not.
best
right?
way to. Yeah, it definitely wasn't rancid smelling.
Okay, so fresher.
Yeah.
All right. You gotta fight him, guys. Get your answers.
Yeah.
Fight Robert.
Yeah,
Outside of an
it
army.
was definitely like fresh blood. Like, it wasn't the blood of a drowned, if that's what you're asking.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, it was
So
fresh.
most likely, it's not a matter of them killing the drowned.
Yeah, it was fresh within the last day or two at most, and it's red blood. So, you are free to draw your own conclusions from whatever the fuck that may mean.
We will.
I'm gonna get a snack. I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna question what the fuck to do for the next week while I stress about hoping you guys don't wipe in this fight too.
Just rebalance it. Easy.
Just don't let your healer die turn 0. Easy.
I mean, honestly, we're in a much better position to not let that happen. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
we could close the doors. I doubt the drowned have that much with their bone fucking claws can open doors easily.
Yeah, there
We
are
could try to
windows
deal with
though.
Yeah, but it's probably not gonna be an instant thing them getting through, right? I mean, that's an assumption, but like we could have some time to deal with the armor before having to deal with the rest, which could be enough time to stay alive and also, fresh enough with our active healer.
You guys have a week to figure it out.
Well, we will or we won't. Tell you what.
I'm really excited for you guys to have to come up with a plan just for like something to happen. You're like, well, that's not gonna fucking work.
Yeah, well,
Look, we can plan all we want, but at the end of the day, those plans aren't gonna work. I mean, just look at look at the previous session where Samar got down. They planned to heal people. They're like, we're gonna be in a fight. We're gonna heal people. I got this. That's why I made this whole character.
So did you choose
And
to
then
have no
immediately
HP,
down.
or
Nope. I
wonder what that's about?
I literally rolled the minimum. Like, so I don't know if you know like how the HP thing works in the
I've got
system,
my own
but it's
HP.
like right. Well, so like you know how if you roll below your current HP, then you just add 1. I did that on every single level up. So
2 of the 2 of the 4 that you rolled were added, so you gained 1. The last one, when you got when you did level 5 from 4, you had 8, and you rolled an 8 to go up to 9. You didn't roll below; you rolled equal to.
Sure.
Which that still should have been at least 10 to get you to 11, but.
Yeah. The only reason I even have 9 is because we start off with max, like your max hit dice or whatever for level 1.
Because you rolled that 8. So that would have bumped you up to 8, actually. Yeah, you're right.
I'm glad I have 33 HP and not less than that.
Hey, if you took that one foci, you'd have 43 HP.
No, I want to fucking be able to poison the shit out of people.
All right, I'm gonna go to bed now, but this was fun.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited to see you guys have some fun next week. So deuces, guys.
Yeah.
Yep. Have a good night.
All right. Good night.
Good night.